Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the International Conference on Eco-Industrial Parks, a Road to G20 event. The conference will be conducted in a hybrid format, combining virtual meeting and in-person attendance in two venues, Hanover and Jakarta. In this beautiful moment, I would like to express a very warm welcome to all participants, both on-site and online. We would like to thank everyone here for making time to attend this remarkable conference. We are very pleased to be able to have all of you join us for today. Ladies and gentlemen joining us virtually on Zoom, we would like to inform you that there is an interpretation option. However, due to technical reasons, for Bahasa Indonesia translation, please select Japanese. On our agenda today, we will have some entertainment for you in a few minutes. There will be singing and dancing performances to start off the event. Let's welcome our first performance, Tari Pendet. Thank you, performers, for such a beautiful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, before we carry on to the next performance, first, let's begin with singing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to please stand up for the national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us sing together. Indonesia Raya.
Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku, semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya, Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, tanahku, negeriku, bangsaku.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Indonesia tanah air beta, bangsaku abadi menjadi. Indonesia sejati. tempat akhir
For the next song, traditional song.
Thank you.
Thank you, performers, for such a wonderful way to start off the event. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Jakarta. Good morning to our audience in Hanover, and warmest greetings to everyone joining us globally. To the Honorable, His Excellency Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, Ministry of Industry Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Stephen Sikar, Managing Director of the Environment and Energy Directorate, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Mr. Philip Orga, Head, Swiss Secretariat for Economic Affairs, Jakarta, Indonesia, Mr. Afan Alamudi, Expert for Ministry of Industry, Mr. Sutriyono, Expert for Ministry of Trade for Market Security, Mr. Eko Cahyanto, Director General of Industrial Resilience, Region and International Industrial Access, KPAII, the Directors and the Secretary of KPAII, Mr. Adi Rohmanto Pandiaman, Mr. Yan Sibarang, Mrs. Binoni Navitu, Mrs. Iken Retnowulan, Mr. Johnny Afrizon of the Ministry of Industry, Mr. Esam Alcarara of UNIDO, Ms. Sri Hastuti, Inspector 4 of the Ministry of Industry, Ms. Kartika Listriana from Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs, Mr. Widi Handoyo from Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Mr. Sani Iskandar, Indonesian Industrial Estates Association, HKI. Esteemed speakers and moderators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Conference on Eco-Industrial Parks, A Road to G20 event. Taking on the theme of accelerating eco-industrial parks for inclusive and sustainable industrialization, a hybrid event held online and on-site in Hanover at the George Devol 102 room at the Hanover Messe venue, and in Jakarta at the Mandarin Oriental, Jakarta, on this day, Tuesday, May 31st, 2022. I am Nirmala Nayawan, and it is an honor for me to be your Master of Ceremony for this momentous occasion. First, I would like to take this opportunity to extend our expression of gratitude to God Almighty, who has bestowed upon us countless favors and blessings so that we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles. Before we move on to the agenda, let us pray together. May God bless us and make this event beneficial for all of us. And may we pray that this event runs smoothly and conducively. Let's pray according to each of our beliefs. Prayers start. Amen. Prayers finished. Ladies and gentlemen, the G20 presidency of Indonesia carries the theme, Recover Together, Recover Stronger. This synergy is a form of commitment to support Indonesia's 2022 G20 presidency for global economic recovery through increasing the role of trade, investment, and industry. There is a common recognition for eco-industrial parks, or EIPs, as laid down in the joint publication by the World Bank, UNIDO, and GIZ. There are various examples available for EIPs globally, and these past 2 years, the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, along with UNIDO, and with the funding support of the Swiss Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO, have been implementing 3 industrial parks in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, through this international conference, our overall objective is to discuss the development of EIPs in Indonesia and to gain insight from the experts that we have invited here today to support the theme of the G20 presidency of Indonesia. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to deliver the agenda for today's event. First, activity report for GE IPP Indonesia project. Second, keynote speech. Third, opening remarks, followed by speeches. Next, we have an EIP video presentation, followed by a photo session. After that, our first session, Global Trends for EIP Development and the International Framework for EIPs and Policy Instruments for EIPs, followed by our second session, Worldwide Country Experiences on Transformation, Industrial Parks Development, and Best Practices covering economic, environmental, and social benefits of EIPs to achieve SDGs. Last but not least, we have closing remarks. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the first thing on our agenda, activity report for GE IPP Indonesia project. Please join me in welcoming the chair of the country-specific steering committee of GE IPP Indonesia and director of Industrial Regions, Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Adi Rohmanto Pandiangan. Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse us as we are currently experiencing a few technical difficulties and awaiting connection from Hanover. Mr. Adi Rohmanto Pandiangan. Check. Are you with us, sir? Sorry, we can't hear your voice.
Coming out to the Zoom. Udah keluar?
Cek sound, tes.
Sudah. Yes, please. The floor is yours.
Okay, sorry. A little trouble. Okay. The Excellency, Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister for Economics, First Republic of Indonesia. The Excellency Mr. Agung Gumiwang Kartasasmita, Minister of the Industrial Affairs Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Eko S. Cahyanto, as Director General of Presidency, Territorial and International Industrial Access, Mr. Stefan Sikars, Managing Director of the Environment and Energy Directorate, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Excellency Mr. Philip Orga, Head Swiss Secretariat for Economic Affairs in Indonesia, and Mr. Esam Al-Karka as Head of Unit Jakarta Office, all speakers and moderators, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Best wishes to all of us. Good afternoon in Jakarta and good morning in Hanover. Praise and gratitude we pray to the presence of God Almighty because for His mercy and good grace we were able to attend together at the Eco-Industrial Park International Seminar with the theme Accelerating Eco-Industrial Parks for Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization in the framework of the Road to G20 event Indonesia 2022, which will be held today and Tuesday, May 31st, 2022 in a hybrid manner in Hanover, Germany and Jakarta, Indonesia. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am the Chairman of the Country-Specific Steering Committee of GAPP Indonesia, together with Mr. Philip Orga from SICO and Mr. Esam Akarka from UNIDO in joint leadership of the Country-Specific Steering Committee, which has been actively implementing the Globally Eco-Industrial Park Program, or GAPP, officially since July 2020 until now. Please note that there are 3 industrial estates that have become pilot projects for implementing the principle of Eco-Industrial Park, namely MM2100, Batamindo, and KCC industrial estates. The 3 industrial estates received intervention in capacity building and workshops on implementing the international framework AP to increase resource productivity, economic, environmental, social, and business performance for industrial estates. Coinciding with the moment of the Indonesian G20 presidency with the primary Them Recover Together Recover Stronger we took the initiative to complete the pilot project activities that have been carried out by the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program in Indonesia by holding an international eco-industrial park conference, which in trade, investment, and industry working group, or TIIWG, discussed one of the critical issues, inclusive and sustainable industrialization. Thereof, the purpose of the conference that we are holding today is to accelerate the development of the eco-industrial park through the transformation of existing industrial areas in Indonesia into a competitive and contributing eco-industrial park in the global value chain. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, throughout our discussion at this conference, it is hoped that various inputs from both the resource persons and participants will obtain a formulation for the development of an eco-industrial park in Indonesia that is by international standards, as experienced by countries that have implemented it, so that we hope to obtain a framework for drafting regulation for eco-industrial park policies in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we can report this seminar was attended by approximately 600 people, representing ministry or agencies representative, industrial attaché, ambassador from 37 G20 countries and partners, chambers of commerce and industry from 37 G20 countries and partners, international organization representatives, SECO, UNIDO, GSED, JPP Industrial Estate, representative from Peru, Colombia, Mesir, Africa, Southern Vietnam and Indonesia, industry office in province, regency and city, Chalcot, Indonesia, all industrial estate and management of the Indonesian Industrial Estate Association, academics from the School of Environmental Science and Ecosian Co. Limited, South Korea, as well as present the speakers who are experts, professionals, and policymakers in the industry and the environment field from various countries physically present at the Mandarin Hotel, Jakarta and Hanover, Germany, and those who attend virtually through Zoom meetings. This seminar is divided into two sessions, where the first session is presented by the speakers who will bring the theme Global Trends for EIP Development, the international framework for EIPs, and policy instrument for EIPs. And the second session with the theme Worldwide Country Experience on Transformation Industrial Parks Development and Best Practice, covering economic, environmental, and social benefits of EIPs to achieve SDGs. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the seminar was held in parallel in two places, Jakarta and Hanover, considering first in Jakarta because Indonesia as the G20 presidency, where this activity was part of the road to G20 event, and second in Hanover because Indonesia will become a partner country for the Hanover Messe in 2023 and is in line with the theme carried in the Hanover Messe 2022 industrial transformation by focusing on integrated and resource-efficient production and operating more efficiently. Finally, we invite all participants to actively participate in this seminar to provide input in efforts to develop eco-industrial parks so that they can realize inclusive and sustainable industrial development and industrial estate development in Indonesia and globally, especially in the G20 countries. This all is our report. Thank you for all your attention. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Adi Rohmanto Pandiangan, for the insightful report. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to follow with a keynote speech by the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency, Mr. Erlangga Hartarto.
Distinguished Bapak Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, Minister of Industrial Affairs Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Stephen Sykers, Managing Directors of the Environment and Energy Directorate, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Mr. Philip Orga, Head of Swiss Secretariat for Economic Affairs Indonesia, all speakers, moderators, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, and may God bless for all of us. First, let us express our gratitude to the God Almighty for His abundant blessing and the opportunity for us to be attending the International Conference on Eco-Industrial Parks, Accelerating Eco-Industrial Parks for Inclusive and Sustainable Industrialization. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the industrial sector optimism remained to be apparent until second quarter 2022. The PMI index of Indonesia manufacturing at the expansive level of 51.9 and slightly increased from the months before. The expansive level is reflected by increase in the new demand and output of at the more faster growth and increase in employment due to the better economic condition. In a strategy to promote national economic recovery, the government of Indonesia has also increased its investment in the sub-national level and nurtured the expansion of industry through the establishment of new center of economic activities at the sub-national or province and regional level. The establishment of strategic economic area to give incentive in the industrial estate or in the special economic zone, as well as support by infrastructure development around those special economic zones. The development of industrial park, special economic zones, and the supporting infrastructure follow the sustainable and environment-friendly framework, which is in line with the shared agreement of the global level targeted in the 7 pillars of the Sustainable Development Goals. The Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs support measures taken by Ministry of Industry in cooperation with UNIDO in our endeavor to bring about the Eco-Industrial Park in Indonesia. EIP aims to improve economic performance for industry through minimization of environment impact. The development of EIP will change the paradigm of linear economy to the circular economy with the application of sustainable infrastructure design, planning, and implementation. It is also implements the concept of clean production, pollution prevention, energy efficiency, and business collaboration. Related to the EIP, the government will develop a policy on the expansion of EIP industrial zone and the application of EIP concept to the existing industrial zone in an effort to optimize the utilization of resources, reducing the use of non-renewable energy and establishing industrial symbiosis by using waste generated in the area as raw resources. Meanwhile, the implementation of EIP concept will include the restructuring of environment management system as well as rejuvenating raw water and wastewater treatment plants. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has been given mandate to lead the G20 presidency with a theme of Recover Together and Recover Stronger. Aligned with this spirit is Indonesia G20 presidency, which to bring concrete deliverables into action as a global exit strategy post-COVID-19 pandemic in response to the triple disruption on global health, digitalization, and climate change. Industry plays a vital role as the engine of growth as the world recovers from the COVID-19 pandemic. Sustained and resilient economic recovery can only be achieved by strengthening countries' production capability. Indonesia Presidency support inclusive and sustainable industry as well as the global economic recovery. This can be achieved by implementing the Eco-Industrial Park principle to contribute the resilience of production process, promote a sustainable economic recovery, and address the future shocks. Moreover, post-pandemic transition poses several challenges in achieving social inclusion, equal access to advanced technologies. Therefore, international cooperation will be vital in addressing these challenges, harnessing the benefit coming from the accelerated transition and fostering the sustainable economic growth. Distinguished fellow, Indonesia G20 presidency stands ready to promote global investors' trust to support the acceleration of national economic recovery. Indonesia will use this momentum to fight for the aspiration and the interests of developing countries for more just and fair world order. We would specifically strengthen international solidarity to tackle climate change and encourage the more sustainable development through the implementation of the Eco-Industrial Park principle. In G20 presidency, it will be a great momentum for business actors, especially in the industrial cooperation and industrial estate, to participate in facilitated business matching. This business model would encourage more competitive ecosystem in the regional market. We seek to continue attract investment, especially in many sectors, as well as along the value chain. The industrial estate and industry can be utilized the momentum to improve their business competitiveness and increase their value addition to foster business activities. Therefore, as directed by our President, which is Indonesia is committed to making reform by speeding and easing licensing, permit issuance, as well as to accelerate and facilitate any new investment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I highly appreciate and congratulate the organizing of the International Conference on Eco-Industrial Park. I strongly hope that this conference would create a new breakthrough on the implementation of investment in the Eco-Industrial Park Indonesia. Let us ensure that G20 presidency become a successful event for an inclusive and strong global recovery, otherwise known as Recover Together, Recover Together. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, for the keynote speech. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the opening remarks by the Minister of Industry Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita.
His Excellency Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Mr. Gerd Muller, Director General UNIDO, Honorable Mr. Philip Orga, Head Swiss Secretariat for Economic Affairs Indonesia, panel of speakers and moderator, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. One of the priority issues discussed in this working group is related to inclusive and sustainable industrialization via Industry 4.0, especially in the use of Industry 4.0 to increase productivity, competitiveness, energy and resources efficiency, and environmental protection. Industry 4.0 development does not only apply to industrial companies, but even more so for industrial parks, which are the location of various industrial companies. In its development, industrial investment cannot be separated with aspects of environmental, social and governance operational standard that measures the sustainability and impact of an investment. Hence, we organize this conference on eco-industrial parks as one of the road to events leading to the G20 Presidency main event and the TIIWG forum. Ladies and gentlemen, policies on development of industrial estates has entered into its fourth generation, bringing it into alignment with smart and sustainable industrial aspects. Indonesian government has put in a plan as part of its adaptation of the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, the development of eco-industrial estates that brings together innovation and infrastructure to encourage development of social, economic, and environmental goals. This notion has become a key driving force in developing industrial estates that adhere to such principles. There are around 135 industrial parks at the moment, occupying 65,000 hectares under our oversight. The Minister of Industry is promoting, encouraging, and pushing for those parks to shift itself to more sustainable industrial practices principles. My expectation is that these eco-industrial parks be implemented in both existing and planned estates. Currently, there are 3 industrial parks designated as pilot projects for the implementation of the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program, 2 in West Java and 1 in Batam. The 3 industrial parks have been receiving intervention on capacity building to apply international standards of eco-industrial park. I am delighted that cooperation between Indonesia, UNIDO, and SECO through the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program will provide a coherent structure in the development of these eco-industrial parks. I am adamant that its success will bring about increased resources productivity, economic, environmental, social, and business performance. More importantly, the smart industrial parks will leverage the utilization of industrial technology 4.0. This, again, is part of Indonesia's role in achieving inclusivity and sustainability via industrial development. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you all for taking part in today's event, which I am sure will open new perspectives, views, and ideas on the development and implementation of eco-industrial parks or estates. I enjoyed the conference. Let's work together to succeed the G20 Indonesia's presidency of recover together, recover stronger. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency Mr. Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, for the opening remarks. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let's listen to a speech by the Managing Director of the Environment and Energy Directorate, United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, live from Hanover, let's welcome Mr. Steven Sikar.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good day to you all. Let me start reciting a recent quotation from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who said, "We face a fraught and complex world. There's a raging fire in which geopolitical, environmental, technological, and other pressures are driving us apart when we most urgently need to come together." The theme of the G20 Indonesia Presidency, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, is particularly timely in this respect. Furthermore, in recognition of the important role of that industrial sectors can play in addressing global challenges, the G20 presidency created space for discussions on green and digital transition of industries and economies in the first meeting of the Trade, Investment and Industry Working Group in March of this year. From the economic and health instability created by COVID-19 pandemic to the already visible and destructive impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution, we are facing today dramatic challenges that transcend national borders. We must come together to take collective and transformative action. We need to collaborate and establish new partnerships to ensure our economies grow along resource-efficient, circular, and green trajectories. Today, technologies for resource-efficient and circular industrial production do exist and are accessible. Encouragingly, this means that industrial parks, often the places that host the backbone of a country's manufacturing base, but long known for concentrating negative environmental and social impacts, now have a clear path towards greater environmental, economic, and social performance. In fact, UNIDO's experience shows that when firms are clustered in close vicinity to other firms, such as in industrial parks, they are more open to exchanges, learning from each other, and to partnerships and alliances which all contribute to improve productivity and competitiveness. Encouraging and incentivizing existing industrial parks to transform into eco-industrial parks or new parks to set up as eco-industrial parks is a transformative approach. This approach enables clusters of firms to achieve greater economic, environmental, and social performance, including exploiting firm-to-firm synergies and circular business opportunities. Eco-industrial parks contribute to competitiveness and job creation and improve resilience by minimizing the risks of doing business. Moreover, there's ample evidence that eco-industrial parks often become hubs for innovation, for sustainable product designs, and for homegrown technologies, as well as places where technology adaptation and adoption can progress more rapidly, all due to the concentration of highly skilled human resources and attractive investment opportunities in manufacturing clusters. For UNIDO, institutionalizing eco-industrial parks as a new paradigm for inclusive and sustainable industrial development is thus a key objective, and we are honored to be working closely with the governments of a number of countries, but in particular Indonesia, through the Global Eco-Industrial Parks program supported by the Swiss Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO, in Bern. We believe that it is now vital to accelerate and adopt a holistic approach of eco-industrial parks at a global scale to address energy, resource security, digitalization, biodiversity loss, and pollution challenges, and to move collectively towards economies that are resource efficient, circular, and green. It is therefore my hope that during this conference, discussions focus on concrete strategies for mainstreaming and scaling up eco-industrial park approaches and their implementation. UNIDO is ready to partner with you on this journey. Thank you very much, and I wish this conference a great success. I'm sure that will take the place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stefan Sikar, for the speech. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to follow with a speech delivered by the head Swiss Secretariat for Economic Affairs, Jakarta, Indonesia. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Philip Orga.
Of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, Minister of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Stefan Sikars, Managing Director at the Environment and Energy Directorate UNIDO, members of the G20 Investment and Industry Working Group, development partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Industry and UNIDO for the invitation to speak at today's conference, which will discuss and highlight the potential of eco-industrial parks as a model for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Switzerland and Indonesia have been development partners for almost 50 years. In fact, Switzerland launched its first projects in the 1970s when we supported the establishment of the Polytechnique Mécanique Suisse, or Polman Bandung today, and also contributed to the setup of the National Hotel Institute, NHI, which today is known as STP Bandung. And we are proud to continue this collaboration through our economic cooperation and development program with Indonesia, which runs from 2021 to 2024. For the next 4 years, we will provide 65 million Swiss francs in grant funding for technical assistance and capacity building activities. Through our 30+ projects, we work with 15 implementing partners and more than 10 Indonesian ministries and cover topics such as dual vocational education and training, where we, for example, work with the Minister of Industry through the Skills for Competitiveness project. And we also focus on topics such as sustainable urban development, public financial management, tourism, and sustainable value chains. And a top priority for our collaboration with Indonesia is competitiveness of SMEs and the private sector at large. And this topic has become even more important now as SMEs play an important role in powering a stronger recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is where Switzerland's partnership with the Ministry of Industry and UNIDO to increase industrial competitiveness comes into play. Switzerland has been supporting more resource efficiency in Indonesia since 2012 through the Swiss-funded UNIDO program on resource efficient and cleaner production practices, RECP. This program in 2020 turned into the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program, GEIPP, which is active in Colombia, Egypt, Peru, South Africa, Ukraine, Vietnam, and Indonesia. In Indonesia, we work with MM2100 Industrial Town in Bekasi, with Batam Indo Industrial Park, as well as with Karawang International Industrial City, in order to transform these parks into eco-industrial parks. Through GEIPP, Switzerland also assists the development of national EIP roadmaps and frameworks that will support the development of EIPs at the national level. And we would like to thank the Ministry of Industry for the successful collaboration and its commitment to promoting EIPs across Indonesia. As emphasized by the Indonesian G20 presidency, a sustainable economy is a resilient economy, and the recovery from COVID-19 has to be built on sustainable principles. This is exactly where EIPs add value. Not only do they promote resource efficiency, waste management, and circular economy practices, but they also take advantage of opportunities to collaborate and to improve productivity. At the same time, they use fewer resources, which allows them to reduce their carbon footprint. Moreover, eco-industrial parks are also an important driver of innovation as they maximize the use of technology. This in turn makes them more competitive and allows them to attract domestic and foreign investors. Ultimately, in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, EIPs contribute to a more inclusive and sustainable industrial development, thereby supporting countries in reaching their climate change commitments. As a member of the G20 Trade, Investment, and Industry Working Group, Switzerland welcomes Indonesia's leadership in promoting eco-industrial parks in Indonesia and beyond. And we are honored to have been able to work and continue to work with Indonesia on such an important topic. We trust that today's conference, as well as future meetings of the working group, will serve as an effective platform to share lessons learned and best practices, including from our collaboration with MM2100 Industrial Town in Bekasi, with Batam Indo Industrial Park, and with Karawang International Industrial City. With that, I would like to once again thank the Indonesian Ministry of Industry and UNIDO for the excellent partnership, and I'm looking forward to enriching discussions with all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Philip Orga, for the insightful speech. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, next on our agenda is a video presentation, taking on the topic of acceleration of EIPs for inclusive and sustainable industrialization. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the insightful EIP video presentation.
Transformation of eco-industrial park in Indonesia towards competitive, inclusive, and sustainable industrial park. Indonesia is one of the biggest industrial country in Southeast Asia. The development of industrial estates in Indonesia began in 1970 and has now evolved into the fourth generation. During the third generation of Industrial Revolution, the focus was emphasized on resource-based industries, green infrastructures, logistics systems, industrial ecology, urban development-based development, equipped with R&D and education centers and supported by incentives. Entering the Industry 4.0 era, industrial estates in Indonesia are transforming by paying more attention to the principle of sustainability and in accordance with the spirit of the SDGs, which is embodied in the framework of eco-industrial park, which includes smart logistics system, circular economy, as well as digital hub and innovation parks to improve environmental quality, human capital infrastructure, social performance economy in order to achieve sustainable industrial developments. UNIDO, GIZ, and the World Bank developed the international framework for eco-industrial park to aid the transformation of conventional industrial areas into eco-industrial park. The international EIP framework is implemented by UNIDO through the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program or GEIPP, supported by the State Secretariat of Economic Affairs, Government of Switzerland or SECO. GEIPP is a global program implemented in 7 countries, namely Colombia, Peru, South Africa, Egypt, Ukraine, Vietnam, and Indonesia. GEIPP is a comprehensive program that conducts research on the transitional approach of eco-industrial park in order to improve resource productivity and environmental quality, social and economic performance, in order to achieve sustainable industrial development. Global Eco-Industrial Park Program Indonesia Country Level Intervention Project or GEIPP Indonesia is a joint cooperation between Ministry of Industry and United Nations Industrial Development Organization or UNIDO, supported by State Secretariat of Economic Affairs, Government of Switzerland or SECO, which began in April 2020. The program has officially implemented since 1 July 2020. Transformation of eco-industrial parks in Indonesia within these 2 years is very significant, as seen in 2 pilot industrial parks, MM2100 in Bekasi Regency and Batamindo in Riau Islands. Both of these industrial parks as GEIPP Indonesia pilot project have started applying the International Eco-Industrial Park Framework through the GEIPP program. The activities includes Batamindo, automated meter reading using digital kilowatt-hour meter for energy management system, installation of solar power plant, remote monitoring of water level in Duyangkang Reservoir, integrated wastewater management in accordance with international standards, replacement of chiller system with screw type for energy efficiency, replacement of the lamp to LED, AC replacement from R22 to R410A, green open space for deforestation, workshop on greenhouse gas emission calculation, social performance improvement workshop for industrial estates, workshops for the use of renewable energy, workshop for wastewater management, MM2100, smart water metering system for water distribution, online monitoring system for WWTP effluent quality, digital invoicing system or digital invoicing via Web, online application system MM2100 app for information and complaints, greenhouse gas emission calculation workshop, social performance improvement workshop for industrial estates, workshops for the use of renewable energy.
Its development, industrial investment cannot be separated with aspect of environmental, social and governance operational standard that measures the sustainability and impact of an investment. This notion has become a key driving force in developing industrial states that adhere to such principles, hence what we know as an eco-industrial park. Indonesian government has put in plan as part of its adaptation of the Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs, the development of eco-industrial park that brings together innovation and infrastructure to encourage development of social, economic and environmental goals. These plans of development are directed through Presidential Decree number 59, 2017. I am delighted that cooperation between Indonesia, UNIDO and SECO through the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program, GEIPP, will provide a coherent structure in the development of these eco-industrial parks. I am adamant that its success will bring about increased resource productivity, economic, environmental, social, and business performance. This again is part of Indonesia's role in achieving inclusivity and sustainability via industrial development. Currently, there are 3 industrial parks designated as pilot projects for the implementation of the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program. First is the MM2100 Industrial Town in Bekasi Regency, the Batamindo Industrial Park in Batam City, Karawang International Industrial City in Karawang Regency. The 3 industrial parks have been receiving intervention on capacity building to apply international standards of eco-industrial park. Let me reassure you of the enormous benefits that will be obtained through the implementation of an eco-industrial park. Thus, I encourage both industrial park managers and industrial companies in Indonesia to immediately apply the eco-industrial park principles. My expectation is that these eco-industrial parks be implemented in both existing and planned estates. Finally, let me end this short note by reminding us all that our long-term goal via these parks is to achieve the net zero emission target by the year of 2060 through the use of renewable energy and reducing greenhouse.
UNIDO believes that the widespread adoption of eco-industrial park principles can help countries achieve a range of important national objectives. From driving industrialization, from facilitating the transfer of technologies, to meeting environmental and social objectives, with eco-industrial parks, sustainability is now integrated into industrial development. We are honored to be working very closely with the government of Indonesia on this topic through the Global Eco-Industrial Parks Program funded by the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO. I wish all of you a successful event.
I am the President Director of the Megalopolis Manungao Industrial Development, or usually we call MMIP. Total area of the 805 hectares and 178 tenants. We strive to improve social environment and economic performance in our industrial park by joining Global Eco-Industrial Park Program (GEIPP) by UNIDO through the coordination of the Ministry of Industry in scaling up resource productivity and improving economic, environmental and social performance of the business. We would like to thank you for the Ministry of Industry also for the arranging global eco-industrial park from the UNIDO OAS. And we will continue our effort in implementing the EIP activities. We hope more industry estate will be joining this program in order to create synergy between each industrial park in Indonesia and the industries inside. Thank you very much.
Sejak 2021, APB Indonesia bergabung dengan GEIPT. Ini adalah bagian dari komitmen kami untuk melakukan efisiensi terhadap pengelolaan sumber daya, lingkungan, ekonomi, dan sosial. Di pabrik NCB APB yang ada di Cibitung ini, kami sudah membangun PLTS di atap pabrik guna memanfaatkan tenaga surya untuk memenuhi sebagian kebutuhan listrik operasional pabrik. Selain itu, melalui penerapan RECP, Resource Efficient and Cleaner Production, kami mendapatkan penghematan ratusan juta rupiah dari penggunaan listrik, air, dan konsumsi lainnya. Dan kami juga mampu untuk mengurangi hingga 224 ton CO2 setiap tahun.
Batam Indo was conceptualized under the Economic Cooperation Agreement between the two countries, Indonesia and Singapore, in 1989. With the land size of 320 hectares, we have built 200 factories, powerhouse, water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plants, and other facilities. At the moment, there are 67 companies operating in the park in various industries, employing 43,000 workers. We have benefited from this global eco-industrial park program. We have started to build solar panel on top of our rooftop. We have also replaced most of our lightings to LED lightings, which is more energy efficient. Based on our experience, Batam Indo suggested to all industrial park developer and industrial company to support and join in the global eco-industrial park program in Indonesia to benefit of greening industrial park by improving resource productivity, economic, environmental, and social performance of the businesses.
Bergabungnya Schneider Electric ke dalam program Global Eco Industrial Park Program dan bekerjasama dengan UNIDO dan Kementerian Perindustrian, kami berharap dengan aktivitas Resource Efficient and Cleaner Production Assessment akan menghadirkan inovasi baru tambahan dari yang sebelumnya telah Schneider Electric lakukan, sehingga meningkatkan pencapaian pengembangan industri yang berkesinambungan baik dalam hal ekonomi maupun lingkungan. Kami pun yakin apa yang sudah kami laksanakan dalam transformasi digital dan keberlanjutan ini dapat memberikan sumbangsih yang terbaik bagi negara secara keseluruhan, dan sebagai contoh konkret bahwa nilai yang telah kami laksanakan sesuai dengan tujuan G20 yang diselenggarakan di Indonesia di tahun ini.
Nissin TIIWG merupakan perusahaan manufacturing dengan core konsep teknologinya adalah metal press stamping yang presisi. Spesialisasinya deep drone stamping, force stamping dengan kebijakan lingkungan yang harus ramah lingkungan. Manfaat penerapan EIP di Nissin TIIWG Batam tentunya sangat bermanfaat untuk produktivitas sumber daya, biaya kinerja lingkungan yang lebih baik, serta manfaat untuk produktivitas dan kualitas. Di antaranya dalam bentuk energi efisiensi, water efficiency, waste reuse recycle, CO2 emission reduction.
We hope the video presentation shows you insight on the development of EIPs in Indonesia. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the main agenda of our seminar sessions, on behalf of the committee, I would like to personally extend our sincerest gratitude to to all 324 attendees on Zoom. I would like to invite all of you to join us for a photo session. Audience joining us on Zoom, kindly switch on your camera for a photo session. And I would also like to invite representatives to the stage for a photo op. I would like to invite from the Ministry of Industry, Mr. Afan Alamudi, Mrs. Noman Ambareni, Mr. Yansi Bara, Mrs. Sri Hastuti, Mrs. Binoni Nabitukulu, Mr. Laude Ikrar Hastomi, Mrs. Syahresmita, Mrs. Niken Triwulandari, Mrs. Emma Natalia from UNIDO, Mr. Philip Orga, Mr. Esa Malkarara, Mr. Salil Dut, Mrs. Jessica Hanafi, and from the Coordinating Ministry of Economy, Mrs. Kartika Listriana, from the Industrial Estate Association, or HKI, Mr. Fahmi Shahab and Mr. Irwan Shah. We would also like to invite Mr. Dahnel from Nisim Tokyo Batam, Mrs. Amelia Agusni from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and the Jakarta Industrial Office or Dinas Perindustrian Jakarta. Please come on stage for a photo session. you, everyone. You may now please be seated. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our first seminar session of the event. Session 1, Global Trends for EIP Development and International Framework for EIPs and Policy Instrument for EIPs. Please join me in welcoming our moderator for this session, Mr. Salil Dut. Mr. Salil Dut is the Chief Technical technical advisor of UNIDO for the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program Indonesia country-level intervention. Previously, he has also worked as a CTA UNIDO for the National Resource Efficient and Cleaner Production Program Indonesia. He has 20-plus years of cross-functional experience and wide exposure in the area of energy and environmental management, setting up business entities and business operations in Southeast Asia and North Africa. He completed his Master's of Business Administration from the Faculty of Management Studies, the University of Delhi, after a Master of Technology in Energy and Environment Management from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Mr. Salil Dud, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Thanks a lot. And after this wonderful opening session in the video, we have come up to the first session of this program. We have 5 speakers joining from 5 locations today. First, I would like to invite Ibu Kartika, who is our speaker at the venue in Jakarta. Ibu Kartika, please come on stage. Thank you very much. And now we will proceed for our session 1. I would like to introduce speakers. Our first speaker is Ms. Nilgun Tas. Ms. Nilgun, can you hear us well?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Ms. Nilgun Tas is the Deputy Director of the Department of Environment and the Chief of Industrial Resource Efficiency Division and the focal point for circular economy in UNIDO. She's a Turkish national who joined UNIDO in 1996 as a private sector development specialist and has held various positions in UNIDO. She was also UNIDO representative in Vietnam, Chief for Business Environment, Industrial Upgrading and Partnerships, and Chairperson of the Gender Mainstreaming Committee. And Nilgun has a Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in Metallurgical and Materials Engineering and also an MBA. So we then have our next speaker. Next speaker is Mr. Iko S.A. Cahyanto. First, I'm going to introduce all the speakers, and then we will go for sessions. Mr. Iko S.A. Cahyanto is the Director General of Industrial Resilience Region and International Industrial Access, Ministry of Industry Affairs, Government of the Republic of Indonesia. He is from Indonesia, but he is joining us from Hanover, our other venue of the event. Mr. Cahyanto graduated from the Faculty of Law, Arlanga University in Surabaya in 1996. He then pursued his master's degree at the University of Washington School of Law in Seattle campus, United States, and obtained a Master of Law in Asian and Comparative Law. His career continuously raised up by up to a post of Ministry of Industry, Republic of Indonesia as Head of Legal Affairs Bureau from 2016 until 2019. His excellent performance in formulating industrial support, regulation, and restructuring the ministry structure brings him one level higher to the post of Head of the Agency for Industrial Human Resource Development from 2019 until 2021, and his current position is now the Director General of Industrial Resilience Region and International Industrial Access. Good morning, Pak Eko.
Selamat siang, Pak Salil.
Thank you, Pak. Our next speaker is Mr. Raghubhai Nukala. He is joining us from India. Raghu Babu Nukala is currently the project director at the GIZ. GIZ also played a critical role in framing this international framework for eco-industrial park, and he is responsible for project the projects related to sustainable urban and industrial development, including environment-friendly industrial production, clean air, textile, and so many. He has a vast experience. And he also contributed towards the World Bank GIZ and UNIDO, the International Framework for Eco-Industrial Park, released in 2017, which was the first edition. And then we have our fourth speaker, Ibu Kartika. She is with us at Jakarta venue. She is Assistant Deputy for Strengthening Regional Competitiveness in Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. She joined University of Southern California School of Price International for Public Policy and Management. She obtained the master's degree from there, but she did graduation from ITB in Bandung. And then our fifth speaker is Ms. Wong Thi Min Hugh. Ms. Hugh, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. And she is Deputy Director of the Department of Economic Zone Management, Ministry of Planning and Investment of Vietnam. She has been continuously engaged for eco-industrial park activities in Vietnam. She obtained her PhD from Asia Pacific Studies at Risumikan Asia Pacific University, APO, Japan, and Masters of Public Policy from Korea Development Institute. So these are our five speakers today. How we planned this session is we will hear from the speakers, and then we will have the question and answer session after all the presentations are finished. So I would like to invite the first speaker, Ms. Nilgun Tas, and she will let us know about the eco-industrial park and approach for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. So Ms. Nilgun, the floor is yours. Please feel free to share your screen, but if you have any technical difficulty, we have your presentation which we can share from here.
Thank you very much. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation very well, and we can hear you also very well. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to first thank the G20 presidency of the Republic of Indonesia, the Ministry of Industry, our partners, and our other partner, the State Secretariat of Economic Affairs, SECO, and all the parks and companies that have been working with UNIDO up to now, the UNIDO team, and all of you for your interest in eco-industrial parks today. Without further ado, I would like to go ahead with my presentation, which is entitled Eco-Industrial Parks for Inclusive and Sustainable, about 30% water stress, land use related biodiversity loss, over 90%, all due to our unsustainable use of resources. Why? Because we use products, parts, and materials and just throw them away at the end of their first life. So we need, everyone agrees now, we need a clean energy and resource-efficient circular economy transition. These transitions have to be just, and the energy and resource use transitions are like twins, or the two sides of the same coin. Unless we do both, we will not be able to address all the challenges we are facing. So where do we start? We propose we start from industrial parks and transform them to eco-industrial parks. Even today you have heard that different terminologies, estate, park, zone, being used. Or for the ecological approach, eco, sustainable, low carbon, green, and circular. So we allege that whatever you call them, you can implement what we are going to propose today. An eco-industrial park is a managed industrial area that promotes cross-industry and community collaboration for common benefits related to economic, social, and environmental performance. Many aspects are addressed, from resource efficiency and cleaner production to industrial symbiosis, social standards, shared infrastructure, ecosystem services, risk sharing. Now, what drives the why do eco-industrial parks are more competitive? Because there is an improved and dynamic business environment. You can share the risk and minimize them, and you can provide assurance to stakeholders regarding not only economic performance, but also environmental and social concerns. And there is a high-quality infrastructure. Many benefits. You can green the supply chains, ensure infrastructure is resilient by transforming your infrastructure into eco-industrial parks and superstructure to become more green and circular. Better conditions for labor, more sustainable land use, vocational training, and on the economic side, linkages between the industrial park and SMEs and communities, easier transfer of technology and knowledge, and application of good international industry practices. So, moving from these drivers, we came together, UNIDO, the World Bank, and GIZ, and codified all of these in what we called an international framework for eco-industrial parks. First published in 2017, and the second version came out in 2021. What does it say? If you are transforming your industrial parks into eco-industrial parks, you have to move beyond compliance with local and national regulation, and you have to be already aligned with the international standards. Then you build on 4 columns through a process of continuous improvement to improve the park management, your environmental, social, and economic performance. Just to give an example, you can improve your energy, water supply, wastewater, and climate and natural environment impacts, improve them. You can reach out to the local community for dialogue and integrate social management systems. And of course, on the economic side, employment generation and economic value creation is improved in an eco-industrial park. You have heard that our program right now is running in 7 countries. We basically, at this point, exclusively focus on brownfield existing industrial parks because there are thousands of them around the world. UNIDO has been involved in promoting eco-industrial parks since 1972 for industry. So there is a lot to do, and as I will try to show you, a lot to gain. The pillars of our program focuses both on policy and national regulations, identifying opportunities in the parks leading to the reduction of environmental footprint and improve operational and compliance costs, increasing resource productivity, and we develop tools, standardized tools for global outreach and upscaling. Now, when we started the program, we started with an assessment of 50 industrial parks in 8 countries. As you can see, green is better than red. So some countries, they were performing better against the 51 benchmarks that are criteria and benchmarks. They are benchmarks set in the international framework, but some were not doing so well in some respects. But why I'm showing you this colorful matrix is that you can start wherever you are. You can start as long as there are some prerequisites simple to satisfy are met. As you see, most of the economic criteria are better than environmental and social, but also there is a lot to do in how you manage these parks. Within the EIPs, everyone has been talking about technology. Indeed, technology adoption in an EIP is easier. According to a 2021 World Bank survey, as you see here, the non-OECD, in eco-industrial parks in non-OECD countries were doing better in waste treatment, renewable energy, and industrial symbiosis. And in fact, the number of eco-industrial parks in non-OECD countries grew faster in these two periods. So businesses are smart, and they take when they see something good. Within our program, we also worked out the contribution of EIP transformations to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. As you see here, creation, economic growth, and decent work. But not only that, they contribute significantly to good health and well-being, responsible consumption and production, inclusive and industrial development, plus innovation and infrastructure, as well as water and energy transformations. So I hope by the end of my presentation, I will strengthen your trust in this new approach. Now, just a few examples from what we have started to see. This is from Colombia, transforming industrial parks to eco-industrial parks. They have quite a number of regulatory and policy initiatives, but also some benefits have already started to accrue. For example, water savings have already amounted in the first year to 26 Olympic Olympic swimming pools, or if you can, or 55 vehicles out of circulation. Estimated benefits are like in materials, which is relatively small right now, the estimation, would amount to 653 trucks. Coming to Indonesia, as we have, my colleague from SECO, Philip, has said, in Indonesia, the Eco-Industrial Park Program builds on the very successful resource efficiency program, but already in the EIP program, there are 109 initiatives that have been identified. Much training has been done with quite significant benefits in energy efficiency, installation of renewable energy, water and material efficiencies, and greenhouse gas reductions have already been done. So we are proud with the achievements that Industrialists, in collaboration with the Ministry of Industry and our program, have been very actively working on this. In South Africa, similar work is underway. Sorry, I just want to go. One important thing is in the area of policy making, an interministerial decree has been drafted. Interministerial means this program has also brought together the stakeholders, the policy making stakeholders together to move forward, to roll out this approach to other industrial parks in Indonesia. In South Africa, international EIP framework has been adopted as the enabler and guidelines for industrial park revitalization program. This means these industrial parks, as they revitalize, they will also achieve benefits on both economic, environmental, and social fronts. Already, electricity savings are recorded. Feasibility studies have been prepared to implement some of the measures identified. Coming to Vietnam, the Vietnam program builds on a former project which was completed in 2020, where already EIP benefits were achieved. The energy savings were equivalent to energy consumed per year by nearly 20,000 homes and 77,000 people. The emissions reduced were equivalent to taking off 7,300 cars off the roads, and water saved was nearly 21,000 people would use in a year. Based on that, Vietnam has developed a decree, already issued it. Now Vietnam is working on amending this decree so that they could provide incentives formally to eco-industrial parks that are going to implement this approach. So new parks have joined some of the former ones, and they have already identified quite a number of industrial synergy initiatives. Now, what have we learned? Eco-industrial parks can be an important building block for resource efficient and circular economies. The impact of EIPs in promoting resource efficiency and circular economy is greater if this is combined with support to key value chains. Here, the industrial park developers, operators have vital roles to play. What happens in industrial parks, of course, regulators have to incentivize them. Strengthening capacities to support these initiatives within the industrial ecosystem will be very important. Policy and financial initiatives, of course, are critical to addressing key barriers and creating synergies between the solutions within and across the industrial parks, and promoting separately and in combination innovation to achieve technology solutions in line with circularity in industrial parks will be also important. All in all, synergies in between the practices in industrial parks and industry sectors will maximize potential benefits. Of course, educating citizens, the communities, and the broad citizenry on the benefits of a just transition to clean energy and resource-efficient circular economies will help create demand for circular and sustainable products and push forward both economic growth but also resilience of firms and the economy overall in any country. With that, I invite you, we will circulate the presentation. I invite you to look at the resources we have. We have a lot of things, including a self-paced interactive program, which you can go through, a large toolbox, and additional resources, best practices, and so on. So we are happy to share this link so that you can learn by yourself. With that, thank you for your attention, and I hope I have been able to convince you that this is an upscalable, mainstreamable approach, including both not only by G20 countries, but beyond the G20 for new partnerships and a better future for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nilgun, for your wonderful presentation. You very well covered this EIP framework and resource efficiency, industrial synergy. Very interesting slide about the comparison of OECD and non-OECD countries and EIP linkage with the Sustainable Development Goals. We are happy to see the performance of GEIPP participating countries in both the policy and resource efficiency areas. And for the benefit of the participants, we will be sharing these presentations. So please register yourself with the provided link so that you can get the presentation material and the link for the GEIPP resources, which Nilgun shared in her last slide. So now we move to the second presentation. I would like to invite Mr. Eko S.A. Cahyanto for making the presentation on Eco-Industrial Park development in Indonesia. Pak Eko, can you hear us?
Loud and clear, Salil.
Thank you, Pak. The floor is yours, Pak.
Excellencies, Bapak Airlangga Hartarto, the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs Indonesia, Bapak Agus Gumiwang Kartasasmita, Minister of the Industrial Affairs Republic of Indonesia, distinguished Mr. Stephen Sikars, Managing Director of the Environment and Energy Directorate, UNIDO, Mr. Philip Orga, Head of Swiss Secretariat for Economic Affairs Indonesia, and Mr. Esam Al-Karara, Head of UNIDO Office, Jakarta, all speakers and moderator, distinguished guests, Guten Morgen, Dame und Herren in Hannover, Vienna and Bern. Selamat siang Ibu dan Bapak di Jakarta, and all colleagues from the Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Investment, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs, from HKI, the Indonesian Industrial Park Association and its member, Ibu Bapak semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All countries, including Indonesia, have been severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, but we need to recover together and recover stronger by reactivating our economic drivers, which is the industrial growth. Therefore, I have initial messages in this presentation. The recovery and improvement of sustainable economic growth after the COVID-19 pandemic will be optimal if equipped by enhancement in human capital, community capital, and natural capital in holistically and integrated. Therefore, concept of eco-industrial park in Indonesia developed as a capital performance platform through the equality in industrial growth and environmental management approach will result the global competitiveness of industries and industrial estates in Indonesia. The development of eco-industrial park in Indonesia is more and less same as in other countries, which is approached by 4 situations: the implementation demand of green industries, the importance of implementation of circular economy, and existence and condition of industrial estate development, and the last, the challenges of global competition. Indonesia realized that those are future economic challenges for the business world, the academia, and especially the government, who need solutions as a whole process that requires significant change in the current industrial system. One solution is to update our current understanding and industrial practices in developing industrial estates to be more environmentally friendly and can guarantee the welfare of the surrounding community. This concept became known as eco-industrial park. The adoption of greening concept requires cooperation and transformation the entirely industrial system as a holistic system that grows as a new value that could integrate optimal and balanced financial achievements along with improving the quality of life and environmental sustainability. Therefore, the Ministry of Industry adopted the Eco-Industrial Park concept through the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program with UNIDO and funded by SECO. These challenges began with the dynamic of demands for global environmental standards that inevitably by industry. World Agreement on Sustainable Development Goals with 17 goals and 169 measurable targets which focus on the provision of sustainable energy and climate change as a green economic concept. It would become the world agreement to harmonize economic growth with environmental protection. And Indonesia has committed to ratify it through Presidential Regulation number 59 of 2017 concerning implementation of the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. Besides, green economy concept emphasizes the creation of alternatives to achieve economic efficiency that has forced the world be aware and requires the application of several environmental standard concept, global trade in industrial products, shifting from a linear to a circular economy. Process development production leads to 4R, reduce, reuse, recycle, and recovery. Low carbon industrial development as well as other environmental issues like eliminating mercury, hazardous materials, and handling of hazardous waste. Industrial growth as part of economic activity will not only provide welfare but also have impacts in form of waste, which, if not handled specifically, will damage the environment. So therefore, to enhance sustainability, especially of using natural resources, it is necessary to manage and use them using efficiency, industrial ecology concept to become a demand and concern for the industry, along with the increasing awareness of industrial players of how important the environmental aspects. By those production system paradigm change from a linear economy to a circular economy, and now starting to become an obligation for the industrial world in various countries. The application of a circular economy that has a closed cycle in the industrial estate will provide optimizations of the utilization of waste between industry within the industrial estate so as to produce zero waste. In order to increase the contribution of the industrial sector and obtain industrial investment opportunity, the Ministry of Industry continues to develop the number of industrial estates in Indonesia as investment locations. The development of industrial estate in Indonesia has increased both in number and in land area. Today, there have been 138 industrial estate companies with a total land area of 67,895 hectares. However, only 1/3 of industrial estate existing, which already applies the principle of eco-industrial parks we introduced. Moreover, not all of those have implemented the eco-industrial park concept in the international framework of Global Eco-Industrial Park Program. Currently, the Ministry of Industry on developing the 4th generation industrial estates policy is directing it to become a smart eco-industrial park. Smart, where digitalization, technology, and environmental aspects are the key in the development. This policy is in line with the implementation of Making Indonesia 4.0, where redesign industrial zones as in the second priority issues. The eco-industrial park concept also complements the current policy direction of industrial estate development in Indonesia. For example, the development of industrial estate in Java. It focuses on high technology, labor-intensive, and water-efficient industry, while outside Java focuses on natural resource processing, logistic efficiency, and new economic growth centers. Ladies and gentlemen, we realize it is inevitably that environmental aspects have become an international issue where many countries have agreed to apply stricter environmental standards, consumer demands, lifestyle changes, implementation of certain programs such as net zero carbon emission and eco-labeling for markets in several countries. The Ministry of Industry, where the enormous benefits will be obtained through the implementation of eco-industrial park, and the main goal is to improve industrial economic performance through minimization of environmental impacts. Performance improvement can be measured through 4 aspects: management, environmental, social, and economic. The indicators for improvement includes the human resources capability and efficiency in environmental management and monitoring, reducing environmental impacts, environment efficiency and optimizing resources, social friction decline, upskilling and the establishment of small and medium enterprises around the eco-industrial park, and competitiveness industry becomes part of global value chains, increasing profits and improving corporate image. In its development, industrial investment began to be associated with the aspect of environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, which an operational standard is to measure the sustainability and impact of investment. This has become one of the driving forces for the importance of industrial estate in Indonesia to immediately adopt the eco-industrial park system. Concerning the challenges and benefit obtained through the implementation of eco-industrial park, the Ministry of Industry has supported the eco-industrial park implementation in Indonesia. In the Indonesian Law Number 3 of 2014 concerning industry, it has clearly encouraged the implementation of environmental friendly management system in context in realizing the green industry concept. Government Regulation Number 142 of 2015 concerning industrial estate mentioned that there is an obligation for industrial estate companies to have environmental document as one of the requirements of industrial estate business license. Also, in the regulation in the Minister of Industry Number 14 of 2016 concerning technical guidelines of industrial estate development stated the importance of environmental management aspect to build environmental friendly industrial estate. Global Eco-Industrial Park Program Indonesia carries out 2 outputs. The first, mapping of existing capacity of institution and service providers on eco-industrial parks development, and the second, strengthen national institution relevant to eco-industrial park policy, development and implementation. On pursuing the second output, the Minister of Industry decree on membership of the Interministerial Forum is currently being drafted in the context of the acceleration of eco-industrial parks. In the future, we are committed to formulating interministerial policies in an effort to accelerate the transformation toward eco-industrial parks. Ladies and gentlemen, damen und heren, to set up a distinct direction and timeline of eco-industrial park development in Indonesia, now we are in process making a roadmap. In 2020, the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program was officially launched. The establishment of a country-specific steering committee consists of the Ministry of Industry, UNIDO, and SECO, and the implementation of the Indonesia Industry 4.0 Readiness Index, or INDI 4.0 for industrial estates. Then, in 2021, capacity building has been carried out for 2 industrial estates, which are pilot projects. Interministerial meetings and the formulation of the Minister of Industry Interministerial Forum. In 2022, this year, Indonesia has been added 1 more industrial estate Global Eco-Industrial Park Program pilot project. Meanwhile, continues to arrange selection for Global Eco-Industrial Park Indonesia Phase 2, which will be started on 2023. On policy output aspect, it is hoped that the decree of Minister of Industry regarding the membership of the Interministerial Forum can be completed and we start to formulate the National Smart Eco Industrial Park standard. In 2023, we are optimistic, targeting the addition of 3 industrial assets for the second phase, which will serve as pilot project, and 1 industrial asset with Korea-Indonesia Industry and Technology Cooperation Center, or KITC. In 2024 to 2026, we are targeting a combination of smart and eco-industrial concept to become a smart eco-industrial park. By 2030, we are targeting 100% of industrial asset in Indonesia will meet national eco-industrial park principles. And finally, in 2035, industrial asset evolve towards the next generations. Ladies and gentlemen, damen und herren, let me sum up my presentations. First, the implementation of eco-industrial park actually has positive impact on 2 existing industrial asset pilot projects. Both recorded a performance increase for MM 2100 and Batamindo. Second, the acceleration is really necessary on eco-industrial park implementation in Indonesia by speeding up the regulation making and supported by relevant stakeholders. Third, accelerating the transformation of industrial assets to realize the G20 Presidency of Indonesia priority issues, the inclusive and sustainable industrialization. The fourth, the Eco-Industrial Park Program is a stepping stone for industrial asset next generation. We call it the Smart Eco-Industrial Parks, which combines technological and environmental aspects. Last but not least, I invited you to come and invest in Indonesia. That is, the country is becoming environmental friendly country to expand your manufacturing industries. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Paeko, for your presentation. You very well summarized. First of all, I would like to say the linkage of green economy to circular economy. Thank you for bringing this topic for the discussion, and you very well summarized the present industrial estate development in Indonesia with very optimistic target until 2035, and we are aware that and we are very thankful for Ministry of Industries for supporting Global Eco-Industrial Park Program to transform the industrial parks into eco-industrial parks. Before we go to next speaker, I request the audience to put their questions in chat box. So after all the presentation, we can compile the questions, or we can consolidate the questions and ask our speakers to provide their responses on it. With this, now I move to our third speaker, Mr. Raghu Babu Nukala. Mr. Raghu, can you hear us?
Yeah. Yes, Salil, I can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much. Please, the floor is yours. And Mr. Raghu will be focusing on international framework for eco-industrial parks and experience of EIPs from India. Over to you, Raghu.
Yeah,
you want us to share your slides?
Screen.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just doing that from here. I think I will be able to do this.
With Raghu, we might have some difficulty because GIZ is not generally using Zoom platform. So he might have some challenges, but we can ask our technical team to show your presentation, and you can just let us know when the slide to be changed.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Salil. Before I start the presentation, let me thank the G20 Indonesia Presidency and ILUDO for inviting me for this presentation on eco-industrial parks. This has been a topic I've been working for decades now, since I was a student. Yeah, the next slide. And I was quite happy to be a part of this document on international framework that we developed jointly from GIZ with UNIDO and the World Bank in 2017, and which got further refined in 2021. Next one. Yeah, in 2017, this was one of the first efforts that the three organizations have put in together to bring out this international framework for EIPs, because a lot has been said before that. Eco-industrial parks term was in use, and we have been seeing from GIZ that unless we define parameters and integrate them into the planning of the parks, we will not be able to visualize them on the ground. And so we started discussing with UNIDO on that, and then with the World Bank. And fortunately, all the three teams agreed that we must define them, we must detail them out, so that becomes a guiding parameters for all the agencies to incorporate in the industrial parks. Whether the funding agencies, the policy makers, the developers, and the implementers. So this was the target group we thought about, that all can start using this document. So this document is available. Then this has been, next slide please. And this slide was then, this document was further refined in January 2021 to make it more practical and to fine tune the parameters that were used in defining the eco-industrial parks. The next one. So this was brought out with the aim of promoting the new industrial parks with the international standards and benchmarks, as well as to promote transformation of the existing parks. So we see a lot of opportunity even for transforming the existing industrial parks, because a lot of the existing industrial parks are not well planned, do not have adequate infrastructure and services, and also are losing upon the economic and social benefits, leaving aside the liabilities on the environment side. So this primarily looks into the planning and designing stages for the new parks. All the parameters can be well used. It can be used for retrofitting, and it also can be used for assessing the performance and sustainability of the parks, so that you can continually start improving your existing parks. Next one. So you already heard from Nilganthas that there are multiple terminologies being used. However you call it doesn't matter. What matters is what parameters have gone into the industrial park and how is the industrial park performing. Next one. So we came out with 4 main aspects to be considered. So please do consider that this was, the initial effort was in 2017 and we started refining them in 2021. We wanted to be not too elaborate, not too exhaustive in our listing, but we thought let's start working on 4 core thematic areas. One is on the park management, one is on the environment performance, social performance, and economic performance. So here, broadly, there are those bullet points as you see in the bottom, that they are in the park management. We look into the park management services, monitoring of the park performances, and planning and designing of the whole park. And that's a continual process. It is not just only one time that we plan and design. And in the environmental performance, you have environmental management monitoring, energy management, water management, waste and material use, climate change, and the natural environment. Social performance, we are looking into the social management and monitoring, social infrastructure, community outreach and dialogue. And the economic performance on the employment generation, how we are promoting the local businesses and SMEs, and what is the economic value creation for the whole park. So what we said is, while these parameters are essential to make your parks good and perform better, but compliance with the legal requirements at the local and national levels is mandatory. So we are not compromising on that. So every industrial park is supposed to be complying with the regulations. And these parameters are more meant for having the industrial parks perform better. The parameters have been divided into prerequisites, which are more qualitative. So you would say yes or no to the parameters, whether a parameter exists or a parameter doesn't exist. And in the second part, we have a quantitative definition of the parameter, where the performance indicators are defined. And so that becomes more objectively assessed. Here is an example for the EIP park management. So in the prerequisite, we are asking in the park management services parameter whether a park management entity exists. We see that several industrial parks do not even have a park management entity. So whether you have it or not, you say yes or no to that. Similarly, whether the park property, common infrastructure and services to the resident firms is available. Are the services available for monitoring performances and risks? Is information on applicable regulation standards available? Is climate risk assessment undertaken? So in this way, you have yes and no answers. In the next level, we have, for example, in the park management services, proportion of firms in the industrial park to have signed a residency contract or a charter or a code of conduct should be 100%. So here there would be a charter which says these are do's and don'ts, wherein we would bring in all the EIP parameters into that, and we expect 100% of the companies agree to that and become a part of it. And in the next one, we are talking about where the industries express their satisfaction towards the services provided in the park, and we are saying at least 70% of the companies in the park should have expressed satisfaction when survey was done in the parks. Next one. Similarly, on the economic performance, we have similar way prerequisites and indicators. So in the prerequisites, you would look at whether employment opportunities are provided to the adequately, and whether it is linked to revenues and development opportunities. Similarly, if you look at in the indicators, we are saying long-term employment should be 30% at least. So because lots of the time we see industries employ on a daily wage basis, and that's not a very good quality employment we are talking about. And similarly, we are saying that the businesses must use local suppliers where possible, that we are able to provide opportunities for the local businesses. That means 90% of the total value of procurement happens from the local places. Similarly, we are looking at economic value creation, that at least 50% of the park is put to use on an average in 15 years, because many times we see that many industrial parks are also not put to good use. Next one. So we have this practitioner's handbook which can be used, and there are also several more guidebooks which have come in during the course of time. These are all available. Indonesia is very extensively working on this topic, and you have seen already from the presentation how much engaged they are and how much they are supporting different countries. Next one. Yeah, so there are multiple benefits. Nilgantas has already covered the purpose and why we do that. So besides the contribution to the SDGs, because there are a lot of mandatory requirements, so this can also be one way of contributing to SDGs by promoting EIPs in your countries. Besides that, there is a social benefit of generating employment. Because we are providing lots of infrastructure and services, there is a value addition for more employment and for more investments in the park. So it's actually going to increase your employment, it is actually going to increase your investments, and in the process it will also be benefiting the resident companies in performing better. Next one. Coming to India, the next one. So we have from GIZ taken a lot of measures. We have introduced, please take the next slide. We have introduced RECP measures in several industrial zones across in several states. And we have over 150 success stories documented. In the link I had given here, you will be able to see there are video documentation with testimonials from the companies, how they could get benefited. In addition to that, we have also supported in retrofitting 7 industrial parks using those parameters. And we have also introduced some new concepts called environment clinics, for example, where an expert would be stationed in the industrial parks to provide technical guidance to the companies. We have undertaken environmental drives as a part of awareness campaigns ranging from 1 month to 3 months. In the process, we were able to get trees planted, some more than 300,000 in due course, and more than 50,000 tons of waste removed, and over five gardens and parks developed of the waste dumps. So we see this is quite a momentum that has gained in India. So what we did here is we expanded the EIP framework parameters into sustainability standards. So, and we have also given certain weightages and values so that you can do the performance evaluation of the parks in an objective way. So the picture on the right shows, for example, how you can bring to some parameters. Next one. So here, that's how it looks like. So these are all available in the link that I gave it to you if you would like to see them and use them. Next one. We found that whenever we are using these parameters for the industries and for the industrial departments of the government and for the agencies developing the parks, often they found it quite difficult. So we developed these cards. And next one, please. So we found using the cards, people are able to easily quantify the parameters. And we have done this in several rounds within India as well as in our partner countries of GIZ. And this toolbox helps very well. At the next slide. Yeah, you can see here. So the people look at what economic parameters can be considered in the park, or should be considered in the park, what environmental parameters should be considered in the park, and so on. So they come out with a list of parameters, the different stakeholders come with different parameters, and then the planners take these parameters into consideration when they do the site master planning. Next one. So this whole conceptualization, the site assessment, the site master planning, and then coming to the design concepts is the process that happens in translating the parameters and this EIP framework into reality. The next one. Here is an example of one of the parks which we have designed and visualized it. I will not go through this due to paucity of time, but you may like to have a look at it, that we can make very impressive industrial parks as we convert the framework into parameters and then objectively into master plans. The next one. Yeah, so some of our documents are here available at the link here, case studies as well as the planning approach that we have used for planning the industrial parks. The next one. Yeah, thank you so much for the attention, and thank you once again, Unido, for inviting me for this event today.
Thank you, Mr. Raghu. Thank you very much for your presentation and taking us what is inside the international framework for eco-industrial parks, various prerequisite performance indicators. And thank you for letting us know the GIZ approach in India and some examples. One link which the video was not being shown to the participants, but we can share the link that is for one of the industrial parks in India with some success stories. Now we move to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ms. Kartika Listriana.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Please.
I'm here from Vietnam. I will have an urgent meeting with the minister. So could I switch my presentation ahead?
Please, yes. Ms. Kartika, is it okay? Yes.
Is it okay for you?
We will have Yeah, we will have presentation from Ms. Yu now.
Okay, so how can I share my screen, because I couldn't see any.
We will share your presentation. Just wait for a while.
Okay,
can I ask technical team to share the presentation of Ms. Hugh?
Yes.
Is technical team, can technical team share the presentation of Ms. Hugh? Yes, we can see the on the screen. Yes. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It is our great pleasure here in a very important event to share the experience of Vietnam in developing EIP. As you know, that Vietnam started to develop the industrial zone since 1991, with the establishment of very first export processing zone in Vietnam in 1991, the Tân Thuận Industrial Zone. But up to now, we have nearly 400 operating industrial zone nationwide, and the switching from the normal industrial zone to sustainable industrial park is very important to the government of Vietnam. Next slide, please. My presentation today. Next slide, please. My presentation today is divided into three parts. First, I will brief you very short about the industrial zone development in Vietnam. Secondly, the process of Vietnam in the way to develop eco-industrial park in the country, and thirdly, about the current policy that the government of Vietnam is implementing to encourage the model. Next slide, please. As you know, the industrial zone in Vietnam is defined as a zone which is specialized for manufacturing activity and provide the services for the manufacturing activities, which has specified geographical area, and the zone is established under the regulation of the government. Industrial zone characteristic includes the location in a specified geographical area. It should be established under the government master plan, which is approved by the Prime Minister. Third, it should have the detailed construction plan approved by the provincial authority, and the zone should have the development plan with the intersector and inter-economic area linkages. Next slide. By December 2020, we had around 400 established industrial zones with a total areas of more than 100,000 hectares, of which 70% have been leased to the tenants, and the industrial zone system contribute greatly to the socio-economic development of Vietnam. That you can see the figure on the slide. Next slide. However, as industrial zones has been developing at a very high speed, the government of Vietnam is now facing with a lot of threats caused by the rapid industrial activity development. Now we have 70% of the operating industrial zone which had the wastewater treatment plant still under construction. And also we are facing with the increasing solid waste disposal, which cause threat to the health and living condition of the surrounding community, as well as the water and air pollution. Next slide. That's why the government of Vietnam has been thinking of a new model to transform the normal industrial zone to a more sustainable park. And thanks to the help of individual since 2014, we are in cooperation with INDO to implement or to pilot a new model of industrial zone that we call the eco-industrial park. And the new model of industrial zone should combine in harmony the three pillars of sustainable development, that is economy, society, and the environment. Next slide. In the phase from 2014 to 2019, with the support of JEC and SECO, and in collaboration with IMIDO, NPI is in charge of that new model, the eco-industrial park, which emphasizes the sustainable development of the enterprise inside the industrial zone. And in the new model, we encourage the enterprise to participate in the recipe in the recipe activities, as well as to connect with each other in creating the symbiosis network to improve the benefit of both the industrial zone and the tenant inside. Next slide, please. As you get the information from Ms. Nimguntas, we already gone a very long way still piloting the EIP up to now, and the initial result of piloting 4 industrial zones in Vietnam are very encouraging, which you can see in the table, and that's why we the MPI already pursued the government of Vietnam to issue a degree in 2018, the degree 82, in which the very first time we mentioned the EIP definition as well as the industrial symbiosis definition. Next slide. And since 2020, we continue to transform the other three industrial zones into EIP in a big city of Vietnam, including Hải Phòng, Đồng Nai, and Ho Chi Minh City, with the support of SECO. And we expect that after 2023, we can have at least around 7 to 10 certified eco-industrial park. For the strategy to develop industrial park ahead, which is defined in the action plan of the government to 2030, we will have 40 to 50% of the province having planned and initially implementing EIP transformation. We will also have 8 to 10% of the province develops greenfield EIP from construction planning and attracting as well as attracting investment project. Also now the government of Vietnam is on the way to revise and to replace Decree 82, which we API already proposed. For the investment policy for greenfield EIP, the responsibility of provincial authorities in accelerating EIP, also monitoring, supervising, and appraising EIP effectiveness, stopping and withdrawing EIP certificates, and EIP recertification. Next slide. So up to now, the current policy for eco-industrial park is still in Decree 82, in which we try to integrate the policy for EIP in various important legal documents. We also set up the minimum requirement or standard for eco-industrial park. The government also encourage, also have encouragement mechanism for transforming normal industrial zone into EIP and develop greenfield EIP. Also, we have a set of prevention policy for eco-industrial park and regulate the responsibility of related ministry and provincial authorities. Next slide. The government also promulgated a set of minimum requirements in Decree 82. For example, in order to be certified as eco-industrial park, the industrial zone must comply with national law and regulation, should provide necessary service to enterprise, and should have the reporting monitoring mechanism. The condition that an industrial zone is defined as eco-industrial park is that it should have 80% of the enterprise inside the zone with recipe awareness and 20% of them conducting recipe options. Also, they have 20% of the areas of the zone have green tree, transportation, and common infrastructures. The zone should have at least one option, and 10% of the enterprise integrate into that network. Next slide. In the mechanism for encouraging EIP, we have the policy for brownfield EIP and greenfield EIP. Next slide, please. For conventional policy for EIP, for the people that we don't have the corporate income tax preferential treatment for EIP, but we have another more soft policy for the industrial park that is certified as EIP. For example, they will be supported in reciprocity. They will have the assessment to soft loan from green financial institution. They can they can get exemption from the land duties, or they can get access to the national database of all the information related to recycle, and will be participated in joint training courses and capacity building activities provided by the government. Next slide. And for the vision from now to 2030, EIP is defined as one of the measures to implement the National Green Growth Strategy 2020-2030 and Vision 2050 that already been formulated by the government. And also we are on the way to finish the draft decree replacing 82 with a lot of supplementary policy for greenfield EIP. And also MPI is in charge of composing a circular guiding the new decrees that is specialized in EIP. And we already integrate EIP into the decree guiding laws on environmental protection and developing the national EIP index by combining the national and international EIP indicators. Next slide. Okay, I would like to say that thanks to the companions of IWIDO, especially the head of our IWIDO college, the government of Vietnam, at the first phase, actually I think went right way to choose the model to develop the industrial park in a more sustainable way, and I think EIP should be a model for the future for the country that would like to develop industrial activity in a more sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hugh, for taking us through the journey of Vietnam, for transforming the industrial parks into eco-industrial park. I understand that you might have to leave this session very soon, but taking an opportunity, maybe can you share some of the difficulties or challenges which you might have seen or which you might foresee in transforming industrial parks in eco-industrial parks? Just a quick question,
actually,
if you can quickly answer.
Yeah, actually, from the experience of Vietnam, the most difficult way is to persuade the enterprise inside the industrial zone that EIP is the right model for them to develop in the coming time to raise their competitiveness and to develop in a more sustainable way. But with the help of IWIDO and a lot of experience, we think that we are succeeding in persuading the enterprise, and also another financial support for the enterprise in implementing RACP and industrial symbiosis option is also another problem that the government of Vietnam should think of, because actually the enterprise need financial support to implement all the options.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And now with this,
thank you very much. Yes, I'm sorry that I have to leave early. And I do hope that we can have more opportunity to discuss further.
Thank you very much, and we understand there are certain times when you cannot you have to take care of few things. Thank you very much. And with this, we move to our last speaker now. Now the floor is yours, Ibu Kartika. Yeah, please. So maybe the technical team can share the presentation, share the screen.
Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon in Jakarta and good morning actually in Hanover. I would like to deliver the presentation on behalf of my deputy, Bapak Wahyu Utomo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency Bapak Airlangga Hartarto, our Minister of Economic Affairs, His Excellency Bapak Agus Gumiwang, Minister of Industrial Affairs, and Honorable Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Muller, and Honorable Pak DG, Pak Eko. Selamat sore Pak Eko, mungkin di Hanover sudah, selamat pagi, masih pagi, and Honorable all speakers. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express our appreciation to the Ministry of Industry for hosting this magnificent event. Also to all the notable keynote speakers and panelists that have shared insight in discussing eco-industrial park development in Indonesia. As a democratic country which based on a distinct ideology and vibrant constitutional ground, regulations and policies played a focal role in initiate and accelerate any development in Indonesia. Each and every business entity has to comply to the current law of businesses and have to legally register as a business entity within the Republic of Indonesia, including the matter of eco-industrial park development. Since the adoption of green economy policy as the post-pandemic economic recovery strategy, various positive repercussions have flowing into its account, including the creation of sustainable and inclusive economic recovery and enhanced job opportunities. The focus of developing a green economic must be in line with environmental development goals, such as climate change, controlling damage to biodiversity and environmental pollution, as well as the use of new and renewable energy. This afternoon, I would like to convey and deliver several important points regarding regulatory and policies aspects on eco-industrial park development in Indonesia. Next slide 2, please. Honorable guests, our discussion today will start in the global and Indonesia macroeconomic overview. Yeah, maybe our minister, I think, is already mentioned as well at the first his speech, followed by regional competitiveness and sustainable development goals, we call SDGs, which led us to the discussion on key concept of policy and regulatory aspect for AIP, Eco-Industrial Parks, followed by regulatory challenges of Eco-Industrial Park. Afterwards, we will start on the deliver of approach on regulatory and policy challenges, and conclude by the currently existing regulation and policy of AIP development in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, there are several projections of economic growth from several big economies in the world, followed by the projection from IMF that diminished the world economic growth projection in 2022 and projecting a faster inflation due to Ukraine-Russia conflict and lockdown in China. Despite the declining projection in the global range, Indonesia appeared to be optimistic as the number of COVID-19 cases has significantly decreases. We get many appreciation from global. These optimisms reflected on Indonesia economic growth in the first quarter of 2022 that positively growth by 5.01%. This positive growth was supported by increased demand and supply. The value of Indonesia real GDP has even returned to pre-pandemic levels, indicating that the momentum of economic recovery continue. Indonesia's GDP per capita also increases to around $4,350 in 2021. We are optimistic that Indonesia can return to being an upper middle income country, referring to the latest World Bank classification on 2020. Noting the positive trend of Indonesia economic growth in 2022 and forward, it's important to review the regional distribution of growth. With a spatial-based approach, all regions recorded positive growth in early 2022. The main contributor to the national economic was Java. There is Pak Sani here, still Java, Pak Sani, 58%, followed by Sumatra, 22% in the first quarter of 2022. Java's economy grew 5.07% above the national level, and Sumatra grew around 4.03%. Economic growth in Bali and Nusa Tenggara Timur, East Nusa Tenggara, continues to increase. The ease of social restriction and opening of tourism and international events such as the MotoGP, I think all of us know about that, positively impact the economy. This trend and distribution create an inevitably dependency for island other than Java and Sumatra. An initiative is required to create a sustainable and inclusive economic growth throughout 34 provinces in Indonesia. Distinguished guests, in addressing the issues of inclusive and sustainable regional economic growth throughout all 34 provinces, the government of Indonesia created a strategic area development as an intensive effort to eradicate interregional dependency and create sustainable yet inclusive regional economic growth around Indonesia. There are 4 strategic areas here. Actually, Indonesia have SEZ, or Special Economic Zone, Free Trade Zone, or Free Trade and Free Port Zone. We call KPBPP, and then industrial estates, and also tourism priority destination, TPSP. Up to this day, there are 18 SEZs, 4 free trade and free port zone is currently constituted towards 4 areas: Batam, Bintan Regency, Tanjung Pinang, Karimun, and Sabang. 131 industrial estate, hopefully same with the number that Pak Eko already mentioned at the earlier presentation, and 10 tourism priority destination or TPD. These efforts will collectively enhance the regional dependency and create the inclusive economic growth around Indonesia. Indonesia is one of the countries who actively involved in contribute in determining the goals within the SDGs, as mentioned in transforming our world. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as an effort to ratify the SDGs. The government of Indonesia adopted the Presidential Decree number 59 of 2017 on implementation of Sustainable Development Goals as a form of ratifications of the global goals, also as a guideline of the goals implementation through infrastructure development in Indonesia. Under the SDGs number 9, there is one particular agenda to build resilience infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. Technology advancement is the key for long-term solution on environmental and economic challenge, including low job opportunity and foster the energy efficiency. Promoting a sustainable industry and investing on research and development or R&D are vital to facilitate sustainable development and enhance natural resources efficiency along with the increasing business and environmental nexus. This effort had been done continuously by the government of Indonesia. However, the COVID-19 pandemic hampered and evidently delayed the aforementioned SDGs and its derivative framework. Countries across the globe should make effort to embed sustainable aspect in the recovery agenda when it comes to environmental aspect. The recovery agenda items such as a green stimulus program will gradually make a fundamental change in economic and industrial activities. One of the most effective and comprehensive solutions to address the economic recovery and environmental preservation issues is the development of Eco-Industrial Park or AIP. AIP and Green Industrial Policy is the new way for sustainable recovery to develop industries, upgrade domestic capabilities, reduce dependence on finite resources such as fossil fuels, and improve access to basic services as well as livelihood of lower income group. The development of EIPs in Indonesia will create an extensive advantage in economic and social. Distinguished guests, with a purpose to develop EIP in Indonesia as a strategy to accelerate economic recovery and simultaneously initiate a sustainable environment preservation, a direct and explicit regulation and policies are highly called upon. Government will play a crucial role by creating an appropriate market condition, policy and regulatory framework, technical guideline, and by initiating learning and participation processes. I think move to the slide 12. Aim to facilitate the medium long-term structural reformation, the government of Indonesia adopt law number 11 of 2020 on job creation as a regulation reformation to ease business process and enhance the investment to create a sustainable economy. And the adoption of this omnibus law resulting in new policies regarding business licensing services mechanism, optimize them and create a risk-based business license to facilitate the new kind of investment which related to technology and renewable energy. Distinguished guests, next slide. As part of the process, the coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs, along with Ministry of Industry, Kementerian Perindustrian, will design a framework on regulation harmonization throughout all ministries to foster the circular economic concept on the industrial sector. A more strategic and intensive coordination is required to empower the environment conservation. And maybe next, cause the limitation of time. President Joko Widodo vibrantly stated the designation of Tanah Kuning Industrial Estate in Kaltara as the nation's strategic project. On pilot project of Green Industrial Park located in North Kalimantan with 20,000 hectare area, which aim to strengthening the sustainable economic principle and good natural resources management in Indonesia. Tanah Kuning Industrial Estate will focus on the renewable fuel industry, green hydrogen, new energy, battery industry, ternary cathode industry, and green aluminium industry. And maybe the last thing, ladies and gentlemen, business and environment shall be one set to gear that will boost the economic recovery and simultaneously become strategy to reinforce the sustainable development goals post-pandemic. A solution that parallels both business and environment is highly called upon. This eco-industrial park development is the most efficient and progressive solution that a country with high industrial potential like Indonesia should accelerate the implementation. One of the main challenges on the EIP development in Indonesia is the comprehensiveness of specific framework or regulation. Up to this moment, the government keep progressing to integrate and advancing the legal framework that involves related stakeholders. With that being said, an umbrella regulation on the EIP development from the government, with inputs from related stakeholders, shall be an expected outcome in the near future. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Kartika, for summarizing various policies, laws, especially bringing this omnibus also into the discussion, and the diverse distribution of industrial parks in Indonesia. Now we have a few questions for the speakers. Okay, so we have one question to Pa Eko. Pa Eko, can you hear us? Pa Eko, the question is, how will the government support industrial estates to become an eco-friendly, as we all know that the permit itself are a little complicated? Pa Eko, can you hear us? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So maybe we will move to Nilgun. Nilgun already replied to the question. Would you like to share some additional information on the transformation of industrial parks to EIPs will result into the reduction of various resources, especially human resources?
Just maybe some other participants did not read that question. Indeed, economic transformations might result in, most likely to result in some redundancies in existing settings, but it is also very to understand that the new business opportunities that these transformations provide, with some reskilling, will always be, should always be accompanying any transformation. And this is, in the case of eco-industrial parks, because cost savings are significant, and innovations will be made on a continuous basis, the companies will grow, and they will create also new jobs. perhaps different skills, higher skills, those role of government would be important to assist the industrial sectors to reskill redundant workers. But all in all, there would be, as per our experience, positive job creation, right? Meaning increase in the available jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we come to end of this session 1. May I now request the technical team to show all the speakers for the session 1, who contributed and provided us their wisdom. And may I now request Pa Irfan Alamudi, who is expert for the Honorable Minister of Industry, Republic of Indonesia, to present a token of appreciation to our speaker who has joined us at our Jakarta venue, Ibu Kartika. And we are so happy to have our virtual speakers joining from different places, our 4 virtual speakers from 4 different locations. Yeah, please, Pa. Yeah. Payako, I think the connection was bad, so we could not hear the response of one of the questions, which was for you, but we will definitely get back with the response to the person who asked that question. Bye. Thank you very much. I again would like to thank our online speakers and then now move to our next session. I would like to hand over the mic to our Master of Ceremony.
Thank you, Mr. Salildu, Mrs. Kartika Listriana, Ms. Nilguntas, Mr. Eko Cahyanto, Mr. Ragu Babu Nukala, and Ms. Wonti Minhu for the very insightful session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next on our agenda is Session 2, Worldwide Country Experiences on Transformation, Industrial Parks Development, and Best Practices covering economic, environmental, and social benefits of EIPs to achieve SDGs. Please join me in welcoming our moderator for the session, Mrs. Jessica Hanafi, PhD. Dr. Jessica Hanafi established PT Life Cycle Indonesia, a consulting firm with a team of experts in life cycle assessment, LCA, and sustainability. She was an active board of the Indonesian Life Cycle Assessment Network, ILCAN, that established its position in the national and international forum. She is working as an expert for the Ministry of Environment and Forestry in promoting LCA in Indonesia and has worked in multiple LCA projects to provide input to policy development for the Ministry of Development and Planning, Bappenas, together with national and international organizations such as Indonesia Climate Change Trust Fund, World Resource Institute, and UN Environment Program. Ms. Jessica Hanafi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Hanover. Good afternoon, Jakarta. Thank you all for joining us. I would like to welcome to all distinguished speakers here, and it is an absolute pleasure to have you all here to discuss the worldwide country experience on transformation, industrial park development, and best practices covering economic, environmental, and social benefit of EIPs to achieve SDGs. In this session, we will have 5 speakers from 4 countries sharing their expertise and experiences. The first speakers will be Mr. Sani Iskandar, the General Chairman of Indonesian Industrial Estates Association. I would like to welcome you on the stage, Pak. And then the second speakers is Mr. Widi Handoyo, the Head of Center for Standardization of Environmental Quality Instrument, Ministry of Environment and Forestry for the Republic of Indonesia. I welcome you to the stage, Pak. The third speaker will be Dr. Michael Weber from Weber Sites Consulting in Germany, joining us live. Hello, Dr. Weber. And then the fourth speakers will be Professor Hong Suk Park, the Chair, Department of Chemical Engineering in Ulsan College, Republic of Korea. And then the last but not least will be Mr. Edward Chang, Senior Managing Director of Spectrum Solutions Group from Singapore, will be joining us online later. We will have a Q&A session, just like the previous session before, after all of the speakers have delivered their presentations. For those of you joining us online, please log in your questions in the link in the chat box. For those joining us live, we will have you directly present your questions at the Q&A later. Before we begin the first speaker, let me remind you that each of the speaker will have approximately 12 minutes, 12 menit, for the presentation, and I will remind you when the time is almost up. Okay, so without further ado, let me introduce you to our first speaker, Mr. Sani Iskandar, the General Chairman of Indonesian Industrial Estates Association atau Himpunan Kawasan Industri Indonesia HKI. Since 1993, Mr. Sani Iskandar is the Strategic Alliance Senior Advisor for Sinarmas President Office and the Director of Karawang International Industrial City, which is one of the pilots for the Global Eco-Industrial Park Program in Indonesia. He is active in the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry for Economic Zone Development since 2015 and in Indonesian Industrial Estate Association. Mr. Sani is also currently the expert team of the Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia and also member of the 2019 Omnibus Law Task Force. So let me welcome you, Mr. Sani Iskandar, and please, the stage is yours, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Jessica. Honorable guests and speakers, good early evening. So thank you for this opportunity to HKI, Industrial Estate Association, to join in this conference. Okay, so please share my slide. Okay, and next slide. So first of all, I want to inform you regarding to the development of the industrial estate in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Yeah, there are around 106 industrial estate in Indonesia. It is with the total area, it is about around 105,000 hectares. Mostly all industrial estate in Indonesia, from the beginning, it is located in the Java Island, especially in West Java, and also in the Rio Island, especially in Batam. And next slide. From time to time, the history of the development of the industrial estate in Indonesia. So starting from the beginning, so it is before year 1989, so starting from 1970, so the all industrial estate in Indonesia, it is developed and managed by the state-owned company at the time. So it is like kawasan industri Pulau Gadung, Rungkut, kawasan industri Medan, and the others. And then the second generation, it is starting from the 1989. So at that time, the government issued the presidential decree number 53 and give any opportunity to the private sector to involve on the development of the industrial estate. And then the third generation, it is starting from the year 2009. So at that time, the government issued a regulation that for the all new industrial manufacturing company, it should be located inside of the industrial estate. So maybe it is very appreciate to the government at the time, because with all industry should be located inside of the industrial estate, it is much more better for the environmental issues, for the master planning, yeah, and also for the more efficient to using the infrastructure and the utilities. And then the fourth generation, it is now, it is starting from 2018. So due to the development of the such kind like Industry 4.0, and then also the other new technology, digitalization also. So now, yeah, now we come to the new era. It is for the smart and green of the industrial estate. So green means it is also including the eco-industrial estate. Next slide. It is for the concept of the eco-industrial park or industrial estate. So yeah, we study that currently on the existing industrial park or industrial estate, so there is no symbiosis relation between one industrial company and the other in the management of the utilization of the waste. But on the eco-industrial park, it is our challenge. In this concept of the industrial park, yeah, there is a circular system in the utilization of the waste from the one industry to be used as a raw material for the other industry. So means, yeah, currently that in Indonesia, yeah, we can do and choose the two alternatives, the two concepts of the development of the industrial, of the eco-industrial park. So either number one, we have to be more greening existing industrial park, or number two, for the new industrial park, yeah, we have to be have a more designing for the new concept of the industrial park, eco-industrial park. Next slide. Yeah, it is related with creating a circular industrial ecosystem to be implemented in the industry. So there are some kind of way for the process of the creating a circular industrial ecosystem. So number one is how to reduce the amount of the energy used for each process of making products and services. Number two, it is related with how to improve of the material recycling process. It is can be reused, recycle, and also recovery. And number three, related with the repair, it is how to minimize the waste by using raw material for another product processes. Next slide. It is regarding with the sharing economic opportunities on the eco-industrial park. So it is related with the clustering and thematic industrial estate. It is our challenge is industrial estate provides some of its land for their tenant to cooperate in circular process for resources management. So now, UNIDO do for this thing, especially in the 3 industrial estates selected in Indonesia. The main principle is waste from one industry becomes a resource in another, so benefiting both the surrounding environment and reducing costs for the industry as well. Next slide, it is the benefit through transforming. So from the existing industrial park into the eco-industrial park. So number one, of course, it is to be more cost reducing in the production process through the more efficient resources. And then number two, it is to be more environmental friendly through using renewable energy or how to reduce of using carbon energy. Number three, it is of course it is more attractive for the investor, especially who concerned with the environmental aspect, especially for the multinational companies, to invest in industrial estate that has been make any implementation of the green economy. And number four, it is to improve the socio-economic aspect of the surrounding communities. So it is related with the manpower, reducing of the environmental pollution also. And then the last slide, it is how to challenge in transforming into the eco-industrial park. So according to us, there are two challenges. Number two, it is the understanding or the society perspective of the hazardous waste from the industrial company. It is still categorized as economic waste. So means that so many NGO, they want to take the such kind scrap or waste in each industry, and it is also have a problem for the related with the security matters in industrial park. And number two, it is related with the regulation for the industrial company who wants to manage their own hazardous waste. It is many requirement. So it is the two challenge, but maybe related for number two, I also want to ask the attention from the Ministry of Industry, especially under Director General of the PAECO. So we have to start to make any regulation related with the eco-industrial park. So if we compare with the presentation from the Vietnam, so many such kind a regulation it is already established. So we ask the government also to be more aggressive to make any new regulation related with the eco-industrial park. So it is from us, from the Industrial Estate Association. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Sani, for being on time as well. You still have 3 minutes actually, but thank you so much for being prompt. Our next speaker, our next speaker still from Jakarta, Bapak Widi Handoyo, SKMMT. Silakan Pak Widi to the stage. Mr. Widi Handoyo is a representative from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. He has been in the ministry since early 2000, and now he is the head of Center for Standardization of Environmental Quality Instrument in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Pak Widi, I will welcome you to deliver your presentation titled The Integrated Environmental Management on Eco-Industrial Park in Indonesia to Achieve SDGs. I believe Pak Widi will be presenting in Bahasa ya Pak.
Thank you to Jessica, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thank you, Jessica, as a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. For more effective, I will present this in Bahasa. Yeah. Thank you to Jessica, as a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. For more effective, I will present this in Bahasa. Yeah. Thank you to Jessica, as a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. For more effective, I will present this in Bahasa. Yeah. Thank you to Jessica, as a moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. For more effective, I will present this in Bahasa. Yeah. but my presentation is already in English. Oke. Baik, saya akan presentasikan bahan yang saya siapkan ini dalam bahasa Indonesia. Intinya saya akan menyampaikan terkait dengan pengelolaan lingkungan terpadu pada kawasan industri untuk mencapai tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Jadi kaitannya dengan SDGs. Saya tadi menyimak paparan-paparan yang sebelumnya di sesi pertama dan juga tadi paparan dari Pak Suni. Jadi saya akan sampaikan poin yang berkaitan dengan konsep yang saat ini sedang kita siapkan. Ya, kita sudah siapkan di dalam peraturan pemerintah peraturan pemerintah nomor 22 tahun 2021 sebagai turunan dari Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja. Tadi juga Bu Kartia sudah sampaikan, sudah menyinggung berkaitan dengan Omnibus Law. Saya akan sedikit menyinggung terkait dengan hal tersebut. Baik, silakan lanjutkan. Nah, mungkin outline yang akan saya sampaikan seperti ini, ya. Mulai dari latar belakang, lalu berkaitan dengan peraturan yang terkait Eco Industrial Park di beberapa negara dan juga praktek terbaik di beberapa negara terkait dengan Eco Industrial Park. Lalu sebenarnya poin yang ingin saya sampaikan dari poin ketiga ini, ya, peraturan yang mendukung kawasan industri berkelanjutan atau AIP di Indonesia dan juga penerapannya di Indonesia. Dua poin ini yang jadi utama, ya. Konsepnya ada di sini nanti, ya. Lalu kalau berkaitan dengan keterkaitan SDGs dan Eco Industrial Park, saya pikir tadi juga sudah disinggung di pembicaraan yang sesi pertama. Kalau kaitan dengan itu tidak jauh berbeda lah. Ya, tapi saya ingin menyampaikan konsep yang saat ini kita susun berkaitan dengan Eco Industrial Park, khususnya pengelolaan lingkungan untuk kawasan industri, kira-kira seperti itu. Nah, tadi disinggung juga oleh Bu Kartika, kita bicara kawasan, tidak hanya kawasan industri sebenarnya. Ada kawasan industri, ada kawasan perdagangan bebas dan pelabuhan bebas, ada juga kawasan ekonomi khusus. Ya. Nah, pengaturan di dalam PP 22 tahun 2021 adalah yang mengatur terkait 3 kawasan yang memang sudah ditetapkan sebagai kawasan sesuai dengan ketentuan peraturan perundang-undangan. Ya. Baik, berikutnya. Ya, ini sekilas saja terkait dengan Omnibus Law, bahwa di tahun 2020 kita sudah menerbitkan Omnibus Law. Tadi disampaikan bahwa undang-undang ini merevisi sebenarnya pasnya 79, bukan 80 ya, 79 undang-undang. Kemudian muatan-muatan yang berkaitan dengan khususnya yang berkaitan dengan perizinan dan investasi, itu yang kemudian dilakukan revisi dan perubahannya, sehingga disusun dalam bentuk Undang-Undang 11 tahun 2020 tentang Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja. Ya. Nah, turunan dari Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja ini sudah pula diterbitkan peraturan pemerintah turunannya. Ada banyak, ada kurang lebih 40-an ya Bu Kartika ya, PP yang sudah diterbitkan. Nah, PP ini diterbitkan dalam jangka waktu 3 bulan semenjak Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja tersebut diterbitkan. Ya. Salah satu dari PP yang diterbitkan itu adalah PP 22 tahun 2021 yang mengatur terkait dengan penyelenggaraan, perlindungan dan pengelolaan lingkungan hidup. Ya, di situ juga ada pengaturan berkaitan dengan tadi yang saya katakan kawasan yang sesuai dengan peraturan perundangan seperti apa pengelolaan dari aspek lingkungannya. Lanjut berikutnya. Jadi tujuan utama dari terbitkannya Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja sebenarnya adalah untuk meningkatkan daya saing investasi di Indonesia. Peningkatannya dengan apa pertanyaannya? Peningkatannya dilakukan melalui fasilitasi dan kemudahan dalam proses penerbitan perizinan berusaha di Indonesia. Ya. Nah, kalau kita bicara fasilitasi. Apa sih yang difasilitasi? Nah, fasilitasi yang diberikan adalah kalau berkaitan dengan aspek lingkungan, kita menyiapkan sistem informasi untuk proses perizinan dan juga penyiapan standar-standar yang nantinya diperlukan untuk pelaku usaha melakukan proses persetujuan lingkungan. Ya, itu fasilitasi yang diberikan. Lalu kalau kita bicara kemudahan itu apa? Tentunya ada penyederhanaan prosedur perizinan yang sebelumnya. Ya, kalau nanti saya singgung, kalau sebelumnya kita berbicara izin lingkungan, sekarang kita tidak lagi bicara izin lingkungan karena izin lingkungan itu sudah diintegrasikan masuk di dalam perizinan berusaha. Sebelumnya ada izin lingkungan sendiri, ada izin usaha sendiri. Nah, saat ini tidak ada dua, langsung izin lingkungan itu masuk diintegrasikan ke dalam perizinan berusaha. Itu bentuk dari penyederhanaannya. Lalu yang berikutnya juga penerapan service level agreement. Jadi pengaturan waktu proses juga kita atur. Tentunya dengan catatan bahwa semua persyaratan yang diperlukan sudah lengkap. Jadi dipastikan setelah persyaratan lengkap, maka pengaturan waktu untuk penerbitannya sudah bisa dipastikan. Nah, baik, berikutnya. Nah, ini konsep konsep pengaturan perizinan berusaha yang saat ini menggunakan pendekatan tingkat risiko usaha. Ya. Nah, pengelompokan tingkat risiko usaha ini juga ada kriterianya. Ya, kriterianya berdasarkan kesehatan, keselamatan, lingkungan, serta keterbatasan sumber daya. Nah, dari kriteria yang ada tersebut, kemudian dikelompokkan menjadi tingkat risiko usaha. Jadi sebenarnya tingkat risiko itu menjadi 3. Tingkat risiko usaha rendah, menengah, dan tinggi. Sementara menengah itu kita bagi menjadi 2, ada menengah tinggi dan menengah rendah. Nah, kenapa kemudian kita tentukan tingkat risiko usaha? Penentuan tingkat risiko usaha itu tujuannya adalah untuk menentukan jenis perizinan berusaha. Di mana jenis perizinan berusaha kita kelompokkan juga menjadi kalau tingkat risiko usaha yang rendah itu cukup dengan NIB, nomor induk berusaha. Jadi pelaku usaha mendapatkan nomor induk berusaha itu juga sudah bentuk perizinan berusaha. Kalau dia memang tingkat risiko usahanya rendah, cukup dengan NIB, perizinan berusahanya. Tapi kalau jenis kegiatan usahanya masuk kategori tingkat risiko menengah, menengah itu tadi terbagi menjadi 2, menengah rendah atau menengah tinggi, maka jenis perizinan berusahanya adalah dalam bentuk NIB, nomor induk berusaha, dan juga sertifikat standar. Nah, sementara untuk yang tingkat risiko usaha tinggi, jenis perizinan berusahanya adalah NIB plus izin. Ya, jadi pembagiannya kira-kira seperti itu. Nah, proses perizinan berusaha ini kemudian difasilitasi yang tadi saya sampaikan di awal dengan pemberian kemudahan melalui berbagai standar-standar yang diperlukan nantinya kita siapkan. Ya, jadi standar-standar itulah yang kemudian nanti akan diterapkan sebagai persyaratan atau kewajiban yang harus dilakukan di dalam perizinannya. Ya, nanti akan tercantum dalam perizinan berusahanya. Baik, lanjut. Nah, berikutnya, nah ini. Jadi pengaturan di dalam Undang-Undang 11 tahun 2020 juga sudah diatur bahwa perizinan berusaha itu akan diterbitkan dengan pemenuhan 3 persyaratan dasar terlebih dahulu. Ya. 3 persyaratan dasar ini yang pertama adalah KKPR atau disebut sebagai kesesuaian lokasi rencana kegiatan dengan rencana tata ruang. Ya. Kalau dulu mungkin bahasanya lebih simpel izin lokasi lah kira-kira seperti itu di Indonesia. Lalu yang kedua berkaitan dengan persyaratan dasar persetujuan lingkungan. Ya, dulu mungkin Bapak Ibu di Indonesia mengenalnya sebagai izin lingkungan atau environmental permit. Ya. Nah, yang ketiga adalah persetujuan bangunan gedung dan sertifikat layak fungsi. Jadi 3 persyaratan dasar ini menjadi persyaratan penerbitan perizinan berusaha. Nah, masing-masing ini juga itu ada rujukan mekanisme pengaturannya. Sebagai contoh kita bicara KKPR, itu sudah ada PP-nya yang mengatur sendiri, PP 21 tahun 2021. Sementara kalau kita bicara persetujuan lingkungan, PP-nya mengatur adalah PP 22 tahun 2021. Dan untuk persetujuan bangunan gedung diatur dalam PP 16 tahun 2021. Jadi mekanismenya mengikuti pengaturan yang diatur dalam PP tersebut. Nah, kalau kita bicara kaitannya dengan aspek lingkungan untuk Eco-Industrial Park di mana? Ya, di sini kita bicara. Di poin nomor 2, persetujuan lingkungan, environmental approval. Mereka seperti itu. Saya lanjut berikutnya. Nah, ini juga sebenarnya sudah disampaikan di sesi pertama tadi, ada pembicara dari ini tadi sudah menyampaikan. Jadi saya hanya meringkas sekilas saja bahwa dalam publikasi yang terbitkan oleh World Bank, UNIDO dan GIZ di tahun 2017 itu disampaikan kerangka konsep untuk Eco-Industrial Park. Ya, jadi ada 4 aspek yang dilihat kinerjanya untuk kemudian kita bisa masukkan kategori sebagai Eco-Industrial Park. Jadi berkaitan dengan kinerja aspek manajemen kawasan, yang kedua kinerja berkaitan dengan pengelolaan lingkungannya, lalu kinerja dari aspek sosial dan juga kinerja dari aspek ekonomi. Nah, saya lanjut saja karena waktu juga terbatas, karena poin utama yang ingin saya sampaikan sebenarnya ada di slide berikutnya. Ini juga berkaitan dengan pengaturan AIP atau Eco-Industrial Park di beberapa negara di luar sebagai backgroundnya. Nah, lanjut. Nah, ini nanti bisa dibaca saya pikir karena saya perlu waktu yang agak lebih untuk menyampaikan konsep. Jadi saya akan skip beberapa slide di sini karena kaitannya ini hanya berkaitan dengan peraturan yang di luar kita tampilkan di sini, lalu beberapa contoh ini juga bisa dibaca saja. Baik, lanjut mungkin ke slide berikutnya. Lanjut. Berikut. Lagi. Lanjut lagi. Lanjut. Oke, ini bisa. Silakan. Nah, jadi kalau kita bicara berkaitan dengan regulasi yang berkaitan dengan Eco-Industrial Park di Indonesia, ya. Yang pertama tentunya kita melihat sudah ada PP sebelumnya, PP 142 tahun 2015 tentang kawasan industri, ya. Di sana dikatakan bahwa di pasal 11 ayat 1, perusahaan kawasan industri wajib menyediakan infrastruktur dasar di dalam kawasan industri. Yang paling sedikit meliputi instalasi pengolahan air baku, instalasi pengolahan air limbah, saluran drainase, instalasi penerangan jalan, jaringan jalan. Jadi ini basic infrastruktur yang memang diperlukan untuk industri itu bisa berjalan di suatu kawasan yang terlokalisir atau terkelompok gitu ya. Jadi pengelola kawasan menyiapkan ini. Nah, itu yang menjadi pertama regulasi rujukan pertama. Yang berikutnya, lanjut. Nah ini, jadi peraturan Menteri Perindustrian nomor 40 tahun 2016 tentang pedoman pengembangan kawasan industri. Tadi juga sudah disinggung. Di sana disampaikan bahwa untuk peningkatan pengelolaan yang baik gitu ya di kawasan, maka perusahaan kawasan industri itu menerapkan sistem manajemen, baik sistem manajemen mutu ISO 9001, yang berikutnya manajemen lingkungan ya ISO 14001, lalu manajemen berkaitan dengan keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja SAS 18001 dan terkait dengan manajemen energi ISO 50001. Jadi beberapa ketentuan rujukan internasional yang kemudian digunakan untuk pedoman pengembangan kawasan industri sebagaimana diatur dalam Permen Perindustrian nomor 40 tahun 2016. Lanjut berikutnya. Nah, ini yang tadi saya sampaikan bahwa salah satu peraturan pemerintah turunan dari Undang-Undang 11 tahun 2020 tentang Cipta Kerja adalah PP 22 tahun 2021. Ya, di sini di PP tentang penyelenggaraan perlindungan dan pengelolaan lingkungan hidup itu di pasal 10 ayat 1 itu sudah menjelaskan bahwa kewajiban memiliki AMDAL itu dikecualikan bagi rencana usaha dan atau kegiatan yang berada di dalam kawasan yang berdasarkan ketentuan peraturan perundang-undangan. Nah, kawasan yang sesuai dengan ketentuan peraturan perundangan tadi sebenarnya sudah disampaikan oleh Bu Kartika ya, bahwa ada kawasan perdagangan dan pelabuhan bebas, kawasan ekonomi khusus, dan kawasan industri. Sementara kawasan yang sesuai dengan ketentuan peraturan perundangan adalah 3 kawasan itu. Ya. Nah, terhadap kegiatan yang ada di dalam kawasan 3 kawasan tersebut, dia tidak dikenakan dokumen lingkungan berupa AMDAL, tapi dikenakan dokumen lingkungan berupa RKLPR rinci, di mana penyusunan RKLPR rinci itu didasarkan atas dokumen AMDAL kawasan. Ya, didasarkan atas dokumen AMDAL kawasan tersebut. Nah,
1 menit, Pak.
Oke, baik. Waktunya hanya 1 menit lagi tersisa ya. Mohon maaf. Jadi saya masuk ke slide berikutnya. Lanjut. Nah ini. Jadi kalau konsep sebelumnya, konsep awal ya, untuk kita bicara kawasan industri terkait dengan persetujuan lingkungannya, jadi masing-masing baik itu pengelola kawasan industri maupun pelaku usaha yang ada di dalam kawasan industri itu harus punya persetujuan lingkungannya masing-masing. Dia harus punya dokumen lingkungan masing-masing. Untuk kawasan harus punya dokumen AMDAL, sementara untuk pelaku usaha atau tenan yang ada di dalam kawasan industri itu dokumennya UKLPL. Tapi semuanya harus punya izin lingkungan. Nah, tadi juga disampaikan oleh Pak Suni, akhirnya pengelolaan lingkungan itu menjadi tidak terintegrasi karena masing-masing pelaku usaha yang ada di dalam kawasan punya kewajibannya masing-masing. Padahal ini bisa beririsan antara satu dengan yang lain untuk pengelolaannya. Ya. Nah, konsep ini konsep yang lama. Nah, konsep ini kemudian kita perbarui dengan pengaturan yang berikutnya, slide berikutnya. Nah, slide berikutnya di sini kita membuat pengaturan sebagaimana diatur dalam PP 22 tadi. Di PP 22 2021 untuk pelaku usaha yang ada di dalam kawasan industri, di mana kawasan industri tersebut sudah memiliki dokumen AMDAL kawasan, maka pelaku usaha tidak membuat dokumen UKLPL. Ya, dan juga tidak memerlukan persetujuan lingkungan sendiri atau izin lingkungan sendiri, karena pada prinsipnya pengelola kawasan bertanggung jawab terhadap aktivitas yang ada di dalam kawasannya. Ya, jadi persetujuan lingkungan kawasan itu sudah melingkupi semua aktivitas yang ada di dalam kawasan, sehingga tenan atau pelaku usaha yang ada di dalam kawasan itu fokus saja untuk melakukan kegiatan produksi. Ya, sementara untuk dokumen lingkungannya adalah RKLPR rinci yang didasarkan pada dokumen AMDAL kawasan. Ya. Nah, jadi nanti dikelola dimanage secara holistik, secara keseluruhan oleh pengelola kawasan industri. Ya, sehingga fokusnya di pelaku usaha yang ada dalam kawasan industri adalah dia melakukan kegiatan produksi. Jadi pengelolaannya itu dilakukan secara menyeluruh dan terintegrasi oleh pengelola kawasan. Konsep yang akan disampaikan di sini juga mengadop bubble concept. Bubble concept itu kira-kira seperti ini. Jadi kalau di dalam suatu kawasan punya alokasi, dia bisa mengeluarkan polutan yang sebenarnya sudah dikelola gitu ya, sekian gitu ya. Nah, itu nanti dibagi-bagi untuk pengelola, untuk tenan yang ada di dalam kawasan. Nah, begitu alokasinya sudah habis, maka sebenarnya tenan yang baru tidak bisa masuk lagi. Tapi dia bisa masuk kalau kemudian dia bisa sharing atau berbagi dengan kuota yang dimiliki oleh tenan yang ada di dalam. Nah, itu mekanisme itu yang akan kita coba konsepkan untuk pengaturan di dalam kawasan. Konsep ini khususnya untuk yang terkait pengelolaan pencemaran udara yang kemudian kita coba siapkan. Nah, lalu
Slide berikutnya. Nah, slide berikutnya ini kaitan dengan tadi yang saya sampaikan di awal, kemudahan dan fasilitasi. Apa sih yang disampaikan, apa sih yang diberikan, apa yang dipersiapkan. Nah, jadi pemerintah menyiapkan beragam standar, ya contohnya standar kualitas lingkungan hidup atau seperti baku mutu dan kriteria baku kerusakan lingkungan, lalu standar teknologi pencegahan dan penanggulangan pencemaran dan kerusakan lingkungan hidup, standar teknologi pemulihan lahan terkontaminasi, standar teknologi pemantauan lingkungan hidup dan sistem manajemen lingkungannya, ada juga standar industri hijau dan standar terkait lainnya. Nah, standar-standar inilah nanti yang akan digunakan oleh pengelola kawasan, ya, untuk kemudian dijadikan dasar untuk pengelolaan kawasan yang dilakukan. Jadi pengelolaannya tidak parsial, ya, pengelolaannya akan menyeluruh, sebagaimana slide yang sebelum slide ini. Dengan pengelolaan secara terintegrasi, maka saya memberikan gambaran seperti ini. Kalau sebelumnya pelaku usaha di dalam kawasan masing-masing harus melakukan pengelolaan lingkungan sendiri-sendiri. Sebagai contoh, dia harus melakukan pengambilan sampel kualitas udara atau air masing-masing, katakanlah ditentukan 3 atau 4 titik, gitu ya. Padahal kalau kita bicara di dalam kawasan, apakah semua titik itu harus diambil? Kan harus dilihat hanya titik-titik tertentu, gitu ya. Nah, kalau di dalam kawasan ada 100 pelaku usaha, masing-masing wajib melakukan mengambil sampel 4, gitu ya. Berarti total ada 400 sampel. Sementara kalau kemudian pengelolaan itu terintegrasi dalam satu kawasan terintegrasi holistik, mungkin hanya diperlukan katakanlah 50 sampel saja. Ada selisih yang banyak, 400 dengan 50. Nah, itu salah satu bentuk juga efisiensi dari biaya pengelolaan lingkungan yang dikeluarkan kalau pengelolaan itu dilakukan secara holistik dan terintegrasi, ya. Jadi konsep yang lama tentunya pasti akan menimbulkan ekonomi biaya tinggi untuk pengelolaan lingkungan, ya. Nah, konsepnya seperti itu. Baik, nah berikutnya 2 slide sedikit lagi. Nah, ini kaitan dengan pengawasannya, ya, kaitan dengan pengawasannya. Slide sebelumnya. Nah, ini adalah untuk penerbitan persetujuan lingkungan, ya. Nah, kalau tadi konsep lama kita bicara persetujuan lingkungan dimiliki oleh masing-masing, baik itu pengelola kawasan maupun pelaku usaha atau tenan, maka di konsep yang sebelah kiri ini, pemerintah menerbitkan 5 persetujuan lingkungan. Ya, kenapa? Karena masing-masing tenan dan juga pengelola kawasan itu harus punya persetujuan lingkungan sendiri. Tapi dengan konsep yang baru, kita terbitkan persetujuan lingkungan itu adalah untuk pengelola kawasan di sebelah kanan ini. Nah, sementara untuk tenan yang ada di dalam kawasan itu, ya, dia hanya menyusun RKLP rinci, yang penyusunan RKLP itu didasarkan pada dokumen AMDAL kawasan, ya. Dan yang menyetujui RKLP rincinya itu adalah pengelola kawasan. Jadi konsepnya seperti itu. Jadi pemerintah hanya pegang pengelola kawasan yang bertanggung jawab terhadap aktivitas yang ada di dalamnya. Nah, konsep yang seperti inilah yang kemudian juga memudahkan di slide berikutnya untuk pengawasannya. Slide berikut. Nah, sebelumnya. Nah, ini. Jadi kalau yang konsep lama, ya, pemerintah itu melakukan pengawasan ke semuanya, ke pengelola kawasan dan juga ke pelaku usaha yang ada di dalam kawasan. Kalau di dalam kawasan itu ada 100 pelaku usaha, maka pemerintah melakukan pengawasan ke masing-masing 100 itu. Ya, nah, sementara dengan konsep yang kita rumuskan ke depan, pemerintah hanya pegang bahwa pengelola kawasan bertanggung jawab terhadap pengelolaan lingkungan secara keseluruhan yang ada di dalam kawasan. Nah, lalu pengelola kawasan harus dapat memastikan bahwa RKLEP rinci yang menjadi rujukan pengelolaan lingkungan oleh pelaku usaha itu benar-benar diterapkan. Jadi pengelola kawasan bertanggung jawab terhadap pengelolaan lingkungan yang ada di dalam kawasan. Konsepnya kira-kira seperti itu. Sehingga dengan konsep yang seperti ini akan lebih mempermudah pemerintah melakukan pengawasan, karena prinsipnya sesuai dengan konsep Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja, sebenarnya kita trust but verified. Ya, kita percayakan kepada pelaku pengelola kawasan, tapi kemudian ya harus bisa bertanggung jawab terhadap pengelolaan yang ada di dalamnya. Ya. Baik, konsep besarnya kira-kira seperti itu kalau kita bicara integrasi pengelolaan lingkungan untuk kawasan tadi kawasan industri, kawasan ekonomi khusus, kawasan perdagangan dan pelabuhan bebas. Ya. Nah, slide berikutnya mungkin hanya tambahan-tambahan saja. Poinnya adalah di slide konsep awal dan kedepannya seperti apa yang tadi sudah saya sampaikan. Waktu saya sudah habis ya Bu Jessica. Ya,
sudah,
mohon maaf Bu Jessica karena waktunya juga sudah habis. Saya sudahi paparan yang saya sampaikan. Mohon maaf kalau waktunya memakan waktu yang lebih dari alokasi yang ada. Saya kembalikan ke Bu Jessica. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Widi. Let's give a round of applause to Pak Widi. So park management, you have a big responsibility now because the monitoring is already passed down to the park management. So that will be interesting. Thank you Pak Widi for the insightful information. And next one, thanks to the technology from Jakarta, we're flying to Germany and welcome our next expert, Dr. Michael Weber. Dr. Weber, are you already online?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Michael Weber is a physicist by training and worked for many years in various management functions in the Bayer Group. Among other things, he was responsible for the digitalization of chemical plants and for the development, site master planning and marketing of chemical parks in Germany. For the past 10 years, he has been passing on his wide range of practical experience, both as an operator and as an in-house consultant on industrial parks. As a management consultant, he implements projects on eco-industrial parks worldwide. Dr. Weber will share his expertise on sustainable technologies, Industry 4.0, and smart technologies for eco-industrial parks. Thank you, Dr. Weber. I welcome you to the floor or to the screen to share your expertise.
Okay. Thank you very much. May I ask the technical team to share the slides?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Full screen. Okay. New technologies have always been the enabler of the industrial revolutions. So what are now the new technologies that are fueling the fourth industrial revolution? Industry 4.0 converges information technology and operational technology to create a cyber-physical environment. Boston Consulting Group were the first to identify 9 technology trends that form the building blocks of Industry 4.0 in propelling the fusion of the real world with the cyber world. Next slide, please. You can just go through. New technologies have always been the enabler for the industrial revolution. Let us have a quick glance on the 9 enabling technologies of Industry 4.0. Please, next, continue. Thank you. So that we can get a first overview and become familiar with the many buzzwords in this context. And additionally, to create ideas on how the potential application for the EIP transformation could be supported. Autonomous robots are intelligent machines capable of performing tasks by themselves, without explicit human control, and they interact with one another and work safely side by side with humans and learn from them. Simulation is used more in plant operations to leverage real-time data and mirror the physical world in a virtual model, which includes machines, products, and humans. It allows operators to test and optimize the machine settings for the next product in line before the physical changeover, and thereby driving down machine setup times and increasing quality. System integration, comprising horizontal integration which envisions connected networks of cyber-physical and enterprise systems, and horizontal integration on the production floor across multiple production facilities or even across the entire supply chain. The Industrial Internet of Things, which refers to the extension and the use of Internet of Things in industrial sectors and applications. Cybersecurity, which covers the need to protect critical industrial systems and manufacturing lines from cyber threats which go along with the increased connectivity that comes with Industry 4.0. The cloud, as an IT infrastructure that is made available via the internet and which usually includes storage space, computing power, or application software as a service. Additive manufacturing, which starts from computer models of the product which are split in slices and then printed layer by layer to build the final product. Augmented reality, which is understood as the visual presentation of information. Big data analysis and analytics, which comprise the collection and comprehensive evaluation of data from many different sources to support real-time decision making. Although advanced digital technologies are already used in factories, they can also support to transform industrial parks when implementing the vision of Industry 4.0 on part level. And as the scope of reasons for adopting technological and digital practices is vast, with each industry sector and business seeking different benefits, we need to specify the drivers for digitization in the context of eco-industrial parks. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, for the transformation of industrial parks into eco-industrial parks, UNESCO, World Bank Group, and GISEC jointly published in 2017 the International Framework for Eco-Industrial Parks. And that is based on the innovative approach for setting minimum requirements of sustainability performance standards for EIPs. Continue, please. Okay. The International EIP Framework sets specific performance requirements across management, environmental, social, and economic topics for an IP to be deemed EIP. These prerequisites have to be fulfilled and the performance requirements to be achieved. And specific objectives of the performance requirements for EIP include attaining ambitions, but also achievable performance requirements such as the increase in park management and governance performance, specifically with regard to proper management and monitoring of the industrial park, enhance the environmental performance of the industrial park by minimizing the environmental footprint of the industrial park, and also involve addressing climate change issues and effects on the local and global environment. Improve the social performance of the industrial park by addressing the needs of the community and employees. And finally, increase the economic performance of the industrial park by the adoption or the transition into an EIP approach that maximizes possible returns for businesses and park managers. As such, the performance requirements for EIP provide us with the compilation of value drivers which are relevant for the transformation to EIPs. These are really the main areas where one should create more value towards industrial park operators and to the resident companies at the same time. Go back, please. Obviously, it's about the question how one can improve the various processes and experiences of those involved in the clear connection to tangible value. So, from the technology perspective, it's about knowing what technologies are supporting the principles of eco-industrial parks, such as assumption of responsibility, governance on park level, customer orientation, cooperation, and communication. This is where we start looking at technologies such as big data analytics and the Internet of Things. It remains important to start from the individual objectives for the transformation to an eco-industrial park. After having conducted a gap assessment and creating an action plan and a roadmap that will guide the operation of the industrial park and the resident companies on the path to sustainability. In a recent study in connection with the webinar for industrial parks, Patamingo and NM 2100, a non-exhausting compilation of about 100 potential Industry 4.0 technologies have been elaborated. This slide shows an excerpt for some aspects of park operation performance improvement. These topics cover, for instance, the asset management based on big data analytics and artificial intelligence analytics, smart buildings. That means building management system with cockpits and energy distribution optimization, wastewater treatment and power plants with a digital twin of all the centralized process plants. The maintenance of industrial park infrastructure with augmented reality for visualization of complex sensitive information and robot assistance. Street cleaning, lawn mowing, weed removal with autonomous robots. Truck arrival time management with IoT to reduce truck waiting times. Smart ID, touchless payment for pay-per-use services such as canteen, shops, or other worker services. Park-wide 5G communication standards to ensure connectivity between companies, machines, suppliers, vendors, and to ensure convergence between the different relevant communication systems on site. Monitoring of buildings, piping systems, green areas with use of drones to optimize security or allow predictive maintenance, for instance, through image processing. Establishment of networks on technologies with academia and SMEs outside the industrial park, in creating innovation circle platforms. Site marketing with a three-dimensional model based on photogrammetry for virtual travel into the industrial park. And finally, industrial Internet of Things based industrial park apps as communication platform for handhelds comprised of push alerts, access information for visitors, industrial park map, truck routing, important social infrastructure such as canteen, first aid, restrooms, emergency contacts, and these all connected to social networks. The issue remains to identify a suitable entry point for the digitalization process for the respective industrial park. Which technologies could be easily implemented starting from the current status of Industry 4.0 readiness for deliver the biggest return on investment for the relevant companies or industrial park given its unique circumstances. Next slide, please. Let's continue, please. Next slide. we can learn from activities of some German chemical parks. Park operators started from the respective current status of digitization readiness and implemented smart solutions of diverging content. But in the meantime, they all implemented a digital infrastructure for the support of the digitization roadmap of the resident companies. And this consists of hosting of storage space, of computer capacities and IoT applications in decentralized rooms that are redundantly connected via Wi-Fi or via fiber optic networks. It consists of an autonomous cloud infrastructure that can be used to implement the company's digital projects. It's providing shared Amazon Web Services, licenses that can be used by resident companies to access software or data services at lower cost. And finally, testbeds to support the IoT projects, as well as software and component developments to migrate 5G solutions into the industrial park environment. It seems that in many cases a suitable entry point to apply Industry 4.0 in industrial parks for the support of the EIP transformation needs to first focus on applications and technologies that provide digital infrastructures on the one hand side, or on apps focusing on business processes that support the industrial cluster of the industrial park as communication tool on the other side. An experience which we gained recently in the project for the Special Economic Zone in Kigali, Rwanda, confirms this assumption even in the economic development context. Next slide. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Weber. Let's have a round of applause for Dr. Weber. Thank you. That's very interesting and high-tech. Let's see how we can implement that to smoothen out the implementation of EIP. From Germany, we are traveling to the Republic of Korea and welcome Professor Hong Suk Park, the Department Chair of Chemical Engineering, Ulsan College, Republic of Korea. Professor Hong Sung Park is a chair professor of chemical engineering in Ulsan College after retiring from civil and environmental engineering at the University of Ulsan in 2022. Since 2004, he has been the director of the Ulsan EIP Center for 10 years. His research interest is focused on eco-industrial parks through qualitative, quantitative analysis and management of resources and energy, and identifying sustainable business opportunities for investors and stakeholders. He has experience in EIP consulting for EY, KPMG, UNESCAP, UNIDO, and World Bank and IFC. Professor Hong Suk Park holds a bachelor's degree in environmental engineering from the University of Seoul, master's degree and a PhD in environmental engineering from KIST Korea. Professor Park will share his expertise and experience in EIP transition in Korea and developing countries. Professor Park, are you there? Yes. Thank you, Professor Park. The floor is yours. You have approximately 12 minutes to deliver your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jessica, for your introduction. Honorable guest in Hanover and in Jakarta, it's my honor to present Korean EIP experience in this G20 President's EIP conference. My title today is that EIP transition in Korea and developing countries. Actually, I was a student to be trained from UNIDO EI expert in 2003. At the time, I was a student. Now I'm a practitioner and I'm a teacher of the EIP in the world. So that's why I'm very happy to have this opportunity to introduce Korean EIP. So EIP, you already know, this is common community of manufacturing and service businesses working together to enhance environmental, economic, social performance through industrial symbiosis networking. This is already well known, all the participants. But this concept is from the Colombo case, you may know. The Colombo case was slowly expanding the symbiosis networking through the 40 years. The first network was in 1961. So this was continuously evolving to enhance the eco-efficiency and business productivity and the environmental performance and the social performance together. But we have to look into this company-to-company connection is business-to-business concept. This is based on this business concept, but this is not much highlighted. So the Colombo case was, the initial starting point was social relationships. The managers of the company was a friend or Rotary Club members. So they were working together, so they know each other, and they trust each other. So they can make their cooperation very naturally. But we have to think how we can duplicate this concept more systematically. So this concept is categorized, like already mentioned. This EIP concept is applied in new development. Of course, newly developed nuclear park in developing country or advanced country, they are applying this EIP concept. And the brownfield development was accepted in the initial, maybe US EPA. They are applying this redevelopment concept to the Superfund site. The total container site is redeveloped and revitalized. For that purpose, they are applying this concept, but not much success. But most of the project is how we can transform this existing industry park to eco-industry park. Because the Korean industry park started in 1961, at the time the Korean GNP was less than $100. Now we have 1,300 industrial parks in our country. So our Korean government strategy is that to secure the jobs, because the environmental regulation is strengthening that company is compliance cost and environmental the expenses increase, then the company is moving to developing country and underdeveloped countries. So the Korean strategy is that to keep this heavy and resource-intensive businesses in my territory by transforming this traditional industrial park to eco-industrial park. That was the starting point of Korean EIP. So we are trained from the UNIDO in 2003, and we make a master plan, three phases for 50 years. So first we have to establish a regional centers, and then regional centers are working to extend the industrial symbiosis identification, and then not just find the identification, we have to make this potential to make a business. So we are supporting to make a contract. After that, we are supporting the negotiation to contract, and then design and construction and operation. And like a Colombo case, we are continuously expanding this industrial symbiosis networking. So for that, we have to make regional innovation systems. So regional center is nothing but the collective innovation systems. This is local government, Ministry of Environment, and also civic groups are engaged in this project. And also R&D centers and companies are working together. This is not mandatory. This is a kind of voluntary participation. So we have some benefit. If you are participating in this EIP network project, you can get some feasibility study funding. So this process identification, IS identification, we need some money, but in the company find some feasibility potential, we propose to central government as a feasibility study research. Then TIIWG is nothing but Korean Industrial Management company. This evaluated the potential and they are approved, then we can get the feasibility study funding, 70% from the government, 20% from local government, and private company pay 10% of the research fund. The output is the business model. Business model means that how much money we have to invest and how much benefit it produces. So based on this, the economically available or economically feasible, due to the based on the company situation, this is totally different. So for that, we have information. We have some information, the company information. So material information, utility information, and waste, and water, and air pollutions, and product. All this information must be shared. But as you know, the company is very reluctant to disclose this information due to intellectual properties and also business credentials. So it's very difficult. The key is that how we can minimize the company's reluctant to engage in this the EIP network project. So we don't want to all these things. We want only a small, very key component. The company are voluntary to participate in this work. For that, the EIP expert must be really real expert. So based on this, the information, not just all this information, very minimum information to disclose from the company, we are evaluating the business feasibility. So what the benefit is from cost reduction and revenue generation and compliance cost reduction, treatment cost reduction, this can be a benefit. And how much investment is required to improve this the performance. And then we are definitely this business feasibility must meet the environmental target. The environmental improvement must be there. So we don't consider the social the benefit, but definitely this produce a social benefit is a little different aspect. So the key concept is already implied in real world. You know, ESCO business. You know, ESCO business is everybody knows the ESCO business. ESCO business is that the BAU basis, no energy saving is there. But ESCO project, we can, ESCO performance contract, we can reduce 30% of the energy saving. This energy saving can be compensated service and financing. So after ESCO performance contract, that all the benefits go to the stakeholders. So that's why I call that industrial symbiosis business model is ISCO. ISCO means that industrial symbiosis company principle. So this is same as the ESCO businesses. So this must be highlighted. So in Korea, we don't have EIP law. Even the advanced country, there is no environmental law, the industrial law, eco-industrial park law. But we can have a great success based on market principles. So the key is that the company is looking the EIP as their long-term vision. Their company is thinking this is good, but this is the long-term visions, and they don't think this industrialization as their business strategies. But the key is that how we can convince the company this is business strategies. This is very important sustainable business strategies. If we succeed this the convincing this business strategies to the Chinese company, we can succeed. I will show you our success story. This is my industrial petrochemical industrial park, how we can extend the industrialization network. Like a Colombo, we are doing this thing. Like step 1, we can have some 3 companies connected. And step 2, we have this type. Step 3, step 4, step 5. So by doing this work, we can save 50% of energy consumption in this petrochemical complex. So we have so many the negotiations, and we have how we can guarantee their credentials and their risk management. This must be included in the negotiation process. This is very important. And based on this Korean EIP experiences, the second is Ulsan is my city. We have research fund is on, we succeed 36 the project, and the research fund is $4.2 billion US. This is 1,000. This is not big money, but based on our business model, we attract $212 billion US. We attract investment and cost reduction and revenue. This is my cities, but the other cities also have similar result. We already applied this concept to other countries, but the Korean EIP is already finished in 2016. So the government thinking, okay, this is not anymore supported from the government. This can be privatized. So now the Korean EIP model is privatized. The EIP center is transformed to EIP consulting company, non-profit EIP consulting company. So we are continuing to do this work. So my center now became a non-profit EIP consulting center. It's well operating right now. By doing our EIP program, we create 6 venture companies, venture resource companies. So one small waste streams or energy network or water network can be a new business. This can create a new business. So this is very important. So as I mentioned, why the Korean government started the EIP program? Korean government want to secure the company in Korea, not move out to other countries due to environmental regulation. We don't have some energy and we don't have any resources. We import 90% of energy and 90% of resource from outside. We value up and we export. So the EIP is nothing but the value creation process. So this is very important business strategy. You have to highlight this issue. And I think that there's so many business opportunities because the manufacturing sectors and infrastructure businesses totally different investment guidelines. Manufacturing sectors, they are payback period less than 2 to 3 hours. But in infrastructure companies, they have 15 to 30 years payback period. So if we are maybe harmonize these 2 different business the payback period, we can make a new investment opportunities we can find, we can create. So what is characteristic of the Korean EIP, Korean IS business model? I can summarize. This is very, very important research and business development strategies. This is not easy. This is not just a race to other companies' raw material energy. No. We have to highlight how we can value up. Sometimes it's very high technology required. And it's not a one company's work. This is a totally different company. They have different visions, different business strategies. These different stakeholders must collaborate together. So this must be a collective innovation. So how we can attract collective innovation? We have to do value creation. Then we can collect all the stakeholders on the table together. And then the project I already summarized, we have, in Korean, we have 235 projects is commercialized, and we have how much research fund is there, how much investment, how much revenue, how much carbon emission reduction is already documented. And this concept is already applied in Bangladesh CEST. I was the principal investigator of this project. I was the principal consultant for this project. And based on this result, we produced, we have already proposed a 50% of energy saving by this, in this, the EIP consulting. And this result is already translated in the low carbon practitioner handbook. The result is the base of this IFC low carbon practitioner handbook. And we also contribute EIP, the mainstream EIP the manuals, working together with UNIDO and World Bank. Now we are working together in the Korean government is also requested the many developing countries transfer their Korean EIP models. So we have the Korean knowledge sharing program. Through this program, we have some Bangladesh also supported, Vietnam, China, Malaysia, Turkey, and Myanmar we already supported. But we also, I'm also participating in the Colombia this year, and also I have some Indonesia project. This project is very soon I will visit in Indonesia to apply the Korean's concept to the Indonesia. So we are looking for how we can create a value, and we are supporting the stakeholders to voluntarily participate in this collective innovation process to strengthen their business strategies. So we are selecting the Krakatau Industrial Park, TIIWG. This project started in the 2022, the April to end of this year. So I already communicated with stakeholders in Krakatau Industrial Park. So I will visit in the Indonesia in June 15. So I will stay in 1 week and to meet the stakeholders, including the Minister of Industry and top managers and key tenant company, to discuss how we can accelerate this concept in real presidential times. So this is my idea is that this is very good ideas, but as you see, the EIP concept is emerging in 30 years ago, but there is not much success story. We're still talking on the column board cases. Maybe you can talking that maybe Ulsan cases, some Korean cases, but it's very small. So we need urgent actions how we can scale up mainstream this sustainable concept. Inclusive Sustainable Industrial Zone program in UNIDO, and IFC also focusing on the EIP program. So this can be a very good strategies for strengthening the developing countries' industrialization. These times, as you know, even the advanced countries, they are strengthening the reshaping their industrial structures. Even United States and Western countries, they are attracting the investment in manufacturing sectors. So that's why actually the developing country and advanced countries together, we have to apply this EIP concept in the real field to make a sustainable world. Okay, due to time limitation, I'm going to stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Park. That's very interesting, and I have a few questions myself for you, Professor. But let's move on to last but not least from Singapore. So eco-industrial park can be realized with support from investors and financial institutions. I would like to invite Mr. Edward Chang, Senior Managing Director from the Spectrum Solutions Group in Singapore, to share his insights on EIP financing in Singapore. I welcome Mr. Edward Chang to the stage or to the screen. Are you there? Edward? Yes. Okay. The floor is yours. You're still on mute.
There we go. Thank you.
Hello.
Yeah. Thank you for the introduction. It's an honor to be here. So everyone, I'm Edward, and I'll be discussing EIP financing on a more global level. So if the technical team could help me to actually get my slide up as well.
So while waiting for the slide, actually, I forgot to read Mr. Chang's short bio. He is a managing director from the Spectrum Solutions Group, a boutique advisory firm headquartered in New York, and a venture partner of SGI Partners, a middle market private equity firm based in New York. Edward specializes in cross-border transactions, capital market advisory, corporate strategy development, and ESG investment. He has background in investment banking, strategy consulting, and corporate law. And more recently, Edward has been focusing more on sustainability and has advised governmental bodies and agencies on sustainability strategy development and helped develop ESG frameworks for his investment fund clients. Prior to his current roles, Edward has worked as a strategy consultant at multiple top strategy consulting firms, an investment banker at a top bulge bracket bank, and a corporate attorney at Baker & McKenzie. Apology, Edward, for missing out.
No problem at all. No problem at all.
Please
thank you for the introduction. It's an honor to be here.
Continue your presentation.
No worries. Yeah. So I'll be discussing EIP financing on a more international level. So if we could just, go into the next slide. So the development of eco-industrial parks, or EIPs, have become increasingly more important in recent years due to the substantial role it plays in achieving sustainable developing goals for the G20 nations. This is because at its core, the value of EIPs is actually its ability to embody the concept of industrial symbiosis, which is the process by which waste or byproducts of an industry become the raw materials or inputs for another. So the application of industrial symbiosis allows materials to be used in a much more sustainable way and results in the resources to remain in productive use for much longer. This then, in turn, in practice, actually creates business opportunities, reduces demand on resources, and thus directly contributes towards achieving a circular economy. This means that the case for EIP developments is not only a clear one from an environmental standpoint, but actually also from a financial perspective. A well-planned and efficiently operated EIP will actually improve the economic and social performances of the industries through collaboration, such as through the physical exchange of materials, energy, water, and others. EIPs can help businesses become much more environmentally friendly, adopt a higher social welfare standard, which are actually both increasingly important factors for global investors in their ESG standards. Further, and more directly, EIPs can actually help the businesses to adopt a much more circular business model, where they will be able to operate with less inputs and produce either the same or higher amounts of outputs, leading to direct cost reduction in production and increasing profit, thereby providing the industries with a competitive advantage from a triple bottom line perspective. Next slide, please. So because of the characteristics I mentioned, EIP is not just getting the attention it deserves in the field of sustainability, but it's also gaining more and more interest in the field of finance. To me, and I narrow down here, there are three main reasons why EIP projects have a lot of financing potential. So one, large global investors are interested. These investors are putting a lot of attention on sustainable development projects. And in my own experience, in the past 3 years, there are more and more investors being inquiring about EIP projects and showing positive feedback towards potential investments. Some of the reasons for this include the aforementioned positivity towards sustainable development. And it's also because they see it now as actually a profit center instead of a cost center, a big shift in mindset. It's also the effect of a generational shift of active investors. This is especially prominent when it comes to family offices. And lastly, in some cases, it's simply shareholder pressure. Now, the attention placed on EIP is important because it shows that not only is there growing interest, but there's also an investment that the investors are aware of and are actively trying to learn more about. This, when you compare it to a brand new sector, will mean that fundings will come faster, practically speaking, because the investors have already done their homework. Two, the nature of EIPs enables it to receive diverse financing. Different project stages will see different funding. Relatedly, different risk profiles of the project will also attract different funding. And with government support, it can be further de-risked to target particular investors, making the creative process and create new financing mechanisms. Third, in comparison to traditional industrial parks, EIP's emphasis on ESG values brought into financing options and have much more traction in gaining investments from the private sector, including those that are actually not usual industrial investors. Next slide, please. So EIP has great potential for the environment, the businesses, and the investors. But to succeed, government support is a prerequisite. Government support is needed in many forms. One, government financing. In the early stages of a national development for EIP, there must be enough government financing. It can be project loans, can be in project grants, government-backed funds, and so on and so forth. This is an area of development that government needs to engage relevant stakeholders and international experts and advisors to ensure feasibility and marketability. Two, continue to develop a green taxonomy that will align with international acceptable standards. Three, overall support through education and cooperation with the local and stakeholders, preparing the area governments to be ready for projects and to be accessible in helping investors de-risk their investments. And then finally, regulation. Clear regulation incentives, transparency, reliability are a must for international private investors. Next slide, please. So while government support is essential, and government and international institution funding is not going to be enough to achieve success, it won't be sustainable and it won't be optimum. So private capital is going to be a must. So personally, I narrowed it down to 5 key criteria in my survey to the different private equity funds on what they look for in EIP projects to obtain their funding. So these projects must establish first bankability. That means clear project feasibility with a clear demonstration of path to profitability. There must be market terms and realistic risk mitigation management. Next is government support. Government support, that means clear governmental message, firm commitment in EIP developments, and support of the specific projects. Their ability to help coordinate local matters, along with potentially providing guarantees, incentives, and subsidies. Next will be the ESG factors. So this is about how the project not only ticks the investment requirements for ESG in the form of risk mitigation, but how it proactively integrates ESG into its operations. A clear ESG assessment of the project and clear identification of the ESG impacts, how the project will make, is actually extremely important to individual investors. Transparency is, of course, very important, which needs to be provided by the local partner and host government through coordination. And finally, investment narrative. This is an essential requirement that is often left out. The narrative needs to demonstrate how these projects meet the ESG goals, have government and community support, provides a capital structure that makes sense for the country. This narrative is what the capital provider will be sharing with their shareholders and also the world to justify their investment decision. I can't emphasize this enough. This is a critical component on whether an investor chooses a particular project. Next, please. So here I list out some of the potential financing options through the framework of sustainable financing, which EIP, of course, falls into. So in the interest of not dragging on for too long, I focus our discussion on this private equity and public-private community partnership. So in recent years, private equity funds that have not been traditionally known to be sustainability-driven are increasingly providing capital for projects with emphasis on ESG considerations. It has become a material consideration when making investments for large private equity funds, including emerging markets. In the past decade, there has been a worldwide focus on environmental remediation and a strong increase of private demand for purposeful development and investment opportunities, projects with explicit environmental and social goals. And with that, the assets under active management using these ESG principles are actually estimated at around $3 trillion just in 2020. Next, we'll talk about PPP, or I like to call PPCP, which is the concept of including local communities into the traditional public-private partnership. Often, public-private partnerships are formed between a governmental body and an institutional investor without enough regard to the local community where the project is actually based. This approach is flawed, and it can create a lot of tension, and I've seen firsthand, between the local community and the project holder, thus causing the failure of the project. PPCP brings in the principle of recognizing the local community as a key stakeholder in any public-private partnership and engaging them to participate in the project with local initiatives. This concept will create a win-win-win situation for all the parties involved. Next slide, please. So, as ESG becomes increasingly important in screening investments for investors, a PPP without community buy-in will be considered uninvestable, period, while a PPP with positive community participation will be considered a huge attractive sell point for these investors. So here you see I also included third-party experts as an essential party to further in helping the success of these PPPs, especially in newer areas of investments like EIP. Since these third-party involvements provide assurance to investors through their endorsement, expertise, and transparency. Next slide, please. So here you see an overview of the available financing mechanisms for EIP developments in Vietnam. So I won't go into more detail because it has been previously discussed in much more detail today. So I just want to say the key takeaway to me is that the specifically tailored and varied financing mechanisms with the flexibility shown here, along with a strong government commitment and UNIDO support, has actually been fundamental to the success of Vietnam's program. And it really provides a useful guidance to countries that are looking to establish its own EIP programs. Next slide, please. So this is just some of my final remarks. I believe that governmental involvement is extremely important to drive growth of EIPs. The governmental policy should drive the design and implementation of environmental and economic initiatives. This will in turn attract private investments and international business partners to achieve the goals of sustainable development. Sufficient investment capital, structured correctly, is going to be crucial to success. This government sponsorship or involvement will then bring in international private investment in both equity and debt financing. This financing will provide both financing incentives and the opportunity for key stakeholders locally to benefit from EIP development. May it be through the creation of jobs, driving economic growth, and increasing tax revenue. EIPs as a concept is not only one that is great for humanity, but truly is an asset class that can see an acceleration in capital inflow in the near future. And lastly, the reason why I'm extremely optimistic about the future of EIP developments is that, to me, it's more than just the environment. It's as much about resilience. Put in the context of the pandemic, the weaknesses of the current international supply chain has been sorely exposed. And eco-industrial parks provide a way forward for countries to become much more resilient towards supply chain disruptions, depending less on imports and becoming more competitive in the process. This, to me, truly embodies the message conveyed by G20 Indonesia. Recover together, recover stronger. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Edward. I like it. Strong leadership and decisive policies. Nice. Okay, thank you all distinguished speakers for sharing your expertise and experiences. I'm sure we are eager to ask for more questions to the speaker. I would like to welcome all of the participants here in Jakarta or in Hanover, or everyone joining us online from all over the world to ask your questions. Some already logged in their questions, but I would like to welcome here from the floor who wants to ask question. No? We have to, I have a couple of questions here. But before Q&A question, I would like to invite Pak Irwansyah, Vice Deputy of Himpunan Kawasan Industri, to the stage. Pak Irwansyah to represent Pak Sani before. Thank you, Pak. Yes, thank you, Pak. From the online questions, I have some questions here. I hope everyone is still available online as well. The first question is to Dr. Michael Weber. This is from Miss Anindita, Beehive Drone. The question is, it was mentioned that Dr. Weber, before that. Dr. Weber, are you here? Yes, okay. It was mentioned that drone is a good alternative to be used for asset monitoring. Could you please explain what kind of assets are being monitored by the drones, and how is the process and where it has been implemented? Thank you very much.
Okay, when the drone flies over the industrial park, it takes pictures, and the pictures are not only taken once, but are taken frequently to show, for instance, the degradation of infrastructure, like holes in the roads, or even the corrosion of pipe systems. So this is already has been implemented in Germany in the big chemical parks. That's what I know, and we discuss it as well in Kigali to monitor the road and lighting infrastructure.
Okay, so for the roads and infrastructures, especially for the drones,
Yes. In addition, it is used in case of incident that fire brigade, for instance, cannot approach. Cannot attack the fire. The drones can fly over the incident scene and can take better pictures and then steer the attack approach.
Okay, there's another question for you actually, Dr. Weber. From Mr. Handoko Sarbumusi, EIP is in demand. Considering that in the future we will face many challenges, especially with regard to climate change, if we humans want to survive longer on this earth, in your opinion, what are the challenges for Indonesia in this transformation? How is the readiness of its human resources and existing regulatory support? Maybe from your observation,
Let me just answer in this way. What I know today is that the legislation in Indonesia now changed to apply the bubble concept. And this this bubble concept is very interesting because it means that we do not look at individual projects for approval or for supervision, but the overall industrial park. And that means, in addition, that we take into consideration the environmental impact of the industrial park as a whole. This calls for simulation, this calls for artificial intelligence, but I'm pretty sure that the experts, software and experts are available in Indonesia to apply these methods. So I think it's a very good point to start from, so readiness is given. Thank you, Dr. Weber.
I also have a couple of questions. A question maybe, both for Professor Park and Edward. This is quite related. In your opinion, or in your experience, Professor Park, what kind of commercialization that can be generated from the EIP? And for Edward, this is related to commercialization as well. You mentioned that bankability is an important part, yeah? What kind of, from your experience, yeah, what do you find to be attractive from EIP, maybe bankable? So this both commercialization and bankability. Maybe friends from the industrial parks would love to know.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes, Professor Park.
Okay, so very simple example of my case, we have a very small waste streams. It is around 1,000 tons per year. This was treated as waste materials, solid waste, but we are analyzing the key materials in the waste, and we separate. And then by just small technology, we can extract $1 billion per year. So $1 billion per year means in Korea we can have the small company with 5 employers. So this is very simple examples. But the another example is there already so many cases. In our cases, the one company, this venture company started by the owners himself, but now the number is increasing to 30 persons. So they are expanding their businesses from the waste streams and waste waters. So I think that maybe very big conglomerate, like there is $1 billion the value, they don't have interest in small biscuit money. So they are handling this materials as a waste, but this can be a good opportunity for small venture research company.
Thank you, Professor Park. So waste utilization, yeah?
Yeah, waste, not only waste, we can consider the water issues.
Wastewater as well. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. How about you, Edward? What, from your experience, is that going to be attractive, or what kind of things would be attractive in EIP?
Hi, thanks. Okay, now I can talk here. So, yeah, I do agree. Now that's really regarding the different types of the project. So I'm going to maybe take a step back about bankability. When I say bankability, it doesn't really particularly just relate to EIP. Bankability need to apply to every single project. That's a prerequisite for the investor to invest in, is that EIPs have a very clear path right now, and it's the right theme, and investors are extremely excited. Therefore, there may be other bankability projects, traditional industrial parks. They're not, with the same bankability and the same financing, every investor is going to choose the the environmental industrial park. That's what I mean overall by bankability. Now, to go into more details regarding what the investors care. First, a overview is really going to be regarding common sense, as in, does the geography make sense? And that includes, is this realistic? Is this project realistic? How long is it going to be before there's profitability? Because, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but at the end of the day, they do need to be profitable. And that also then goes into, are there end users? Like, is this a marquee project with nothing in mind? Or is this actually something that's going to be useful for the local and at the same time be profitable for the investor? That's extremely important. And then another part of bankability, especially for foreign investors that don't know, let's say use Indonesia as an example, that don't know Indonesia well, the other portion is going to be risk. How can these local partners help the investors de-risk? That's the key. The local partners and the government. By de-risking it, it makes the investors much more comfortable in investing in these projects. And at the same time, it shows the capability or the sincerity of the local partners as well. So I would say those are the key things. Bankability is a prerequisite. EIP is a good area for investments right now. Common sense and de-risking, if I had to pick 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for your participations and also your questions. Now, we would like to thank all the distinguished speakers and the participants. I would like to invite on the stage Mr. Mr. Yan Sibarang Tandiale, Bapak Yan Sibarang Tandiale, from the Director for International Industrial Access, to present a token of appreciation and thanks to speakers. Please, Pak Widi, to represent Pak Sani, Pak Irwansyah. Congratulations and thank you so much for sharing your expertise and experiences for all the speakers. This is the end of the session, but I would like to ask.
Okay, thank you. I would like also to, on behalf of the host and the organizing committee, UNIDO and the Ministry of Industry, I'd like to pay my great respect and grateful thanks to our prominent speaker this afternoon, Mr. Edward Chang, Professor Park, and Michael Weber for your excellent sharing this afternoon. I believe that your sharing of expertise and experience will provide us with good knowledge in pursuing our shared goals to transform our industrial park into eco-industrial parks in the next future. Thank you.
Now I will pass this back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Jessica Hanafi, Mr. Widi Handoyo, Dr. Michael Weber, Mr. Sani Iskandar, Professor Hung Suk Park, Mr. Edward Chang, and Mr. Irwansyah for the very insightful session. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching the final act of the conference. Before we close this event, we have 2 closing remarks from very notable speakers. Our first closing remark will be from Mr. Afan Alamudi, expert to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Erlangga Hartarto, Your Excellency, Mr. Agus Kartasasmita, the Honorables Mr. Stephen Sikars and Mr. Philip Orga, ladies and gentlemen, speakers, moderators, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace and blessings be upon us all. I think it's been a very, very long day today. I know you're all tired, absorbing everything today, but there are several key takeaways that we need to see today. All the great speakers have talked about the aims, goals, and objectives of an EIP, the designs, the regulations, the technology, and the financing that needs to make all this happen. Now, but at the end of the day, the takeaway is all of this means collaborations between countries, between nations, between academics, between governments, industries, and tenants of the AIPs, the managers and all those guys. So what we need to see in the near future is actually more collaboration between all those stakeholders to ensure that this just doesn't become a rhetoric, but it also later on becomes a reality. Again, as we say, under Indonesia's G20 presidency, being together, collaborating together makes us recover together and recover stronger. Again, on behalf of the Ministry of Industry and the Minister of Industry, I would like to give my highest appreciation to all speakers, to all moderators, and I think I share that also with Pak Philip and Pak Esam. Again, thanking you all for attending today's conference, and I hope it will benefit us all. Again, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Afan Alamudi, for the closing remarks. Now, last but not least, on our agenda for today's event, closing remarks by the UNIDO representative for Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Esam Al-Karara.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, Mr. Erlangga, the Minister of Coordinating Minister, Mr. Agus, the Minister of Industry, Mr. Philip, the head of SACO in Indonesia, colleagues from the Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Coordinating, Ministry for Economic Affairs and Investment, UNIDO colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I would like to, and Salamat Suri from Jakarta. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for taking the time to join us in this very important event, which is arranged in coordination with the Ministry of Industry in the context of G20, in the context UNIDO is supporting the government of Indonesia to arrange the G20 summit this year in November in Bali. I would like, on behalf of UNIDO, to thank the moderators, the speakers, and the participants for their very active and knowledgeable speeches that they delivered today. In fact, this is very important to accelerate the development of the eco-industrial park and boost the transformation of the existing parks into eco-industrial approach for inclusive and sustainable industrialization, which is one of the priorities of this year G20 presidency, as I mentioned. Implementing the EIP program in Indonesia is a crucial step in developing the next generation of industrial states, namely the eco-industrial park. And in UNIDO, we are very, very proud that we joined hands with the Ministry of Industry, developing the existing project to support the country to promote eco-industrial system, working on 3 pilot parks all over Indonesia. As you know, the eco-industrial park are important building blocks of resource-efficient and circular economy. One of the main principles of which that the waste from one industry became a resource for another, benefiting both the surrounding environment and decreasing the cost of industry in a holistic and integrated manner. Policies, ladies and gentlemen, and financial incentives are critical to addressing barriers and creating synergies among various solutions adopted in the industrial park approach. Sustainable finance is the practical practice of integrating environment, social, and governance criteria into financial decisions. It's very necessary, highly necessary, to accelerate the implementation of EIP in Indonesia by accelerating the preparation of regulations supported by relevant stakeholders. To address the regulatory challenges for the EIP, it's important to understand the key national and local barriers to adoption of the environmental and social standards in industrial cooperation. Second, to engage in a national, regional, and international dialogue to source best practices rather than duplicate the existing practices. It's also necessary to promote innovation to achieve technology solutions in line with the resource efficiency in industrial parks. New technologies, ladies and gentlemen, as big data, robotics, Internet of Things, and others are the enablers of the Industry 4.0 that can support transformation from industrial park to eco-industrial parks by creating digital management infrastructure. Last but not least, educating citizens on benefits of resource efficiency and promoting stakeholder collaboration is the key, developing innovative, locally tailored, and technically workable resource-efficient parks. Today, we also heard about the worldwide country experience on transformation industrial park into the best practices from Singapore, Vietnam, Korea, and India, covering economic, environmental, and social benefits of the eco-industrial parks to achieve SDGs. UNIDO, once again, is committed to supporting Indonesia on this initiative to attract investment for inclusive and sustainable industrial development, which will result in the competitiveness of the Indonesian industry and industrial states at the global level. This initiative, the Eco-Industrial Park, is part of our country program, which has been developed and signed between the Ministry of Industry and UNIDO recently. And we are in a process, we are going to launch it very soon, inshallah, with the Ministry of Industry in 2 weeks. And we believe that this program, although the size of the program when it comes to budget is very limited, but the impact and the lesson learned transforming technology is very, very important to help the country to improve the competitiveness of some areas, some clusters that is highly needed. Once again, on behalf of UNIDO, I would like to thank you very much for your time, and I would like once again to thank the speakers, the moderators, and a big thanks to the Toastmaster. Thank you very much. And also, I would like to thank my colleagues who has been preparing for this workshop during the last 3 months. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Esamal Carrara, for your remarks. Before we officially end our conference, we have a few words from Germany, live from our Hanover Messe venue. Mr. Adi Rohmanto Pandiangan, the floor is yours.
Okay. I would like thank you. Huh? I would like thank you to all the distinguished speakers and all participants, moderators, MC, to steering committee who made this event possible and successful. Thank you to Nindo and Siko for the meaningful support and cooperation. And greetings from George Devol, Hannover Messe. Have a pleasant day, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Adi. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our conference. On behalf of the committee and everyone involved, I would like to extend our sincerest gratitude to the Ministry of Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Indonesia, Ministry of Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, UNIDO, SECO, our esteemed speakers, moderators, distinguished guests, and all our participants, both online and offline. Thank you for your support and for making time in your busy schedules to join us here today. And my sincerest apologies for any wrongdoings and mistakes. It has been a pleasure to host you for this event. Let us all be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout this conference and be able to see and influence the future. I'm Nirmala Nayawan, and this has been the International Conference on Eco-Industrial Parks, a Road to G20 event. Thank you and farewell. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, we would like to have another photo session, so if you could kindly, everyone come in front to the stage. Para hadirin, bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu, kami akan melakukan foto sesi. Mohon dipersilakan maju ke depan ke stage untuk foto.
Recording stopped.